I will go on to next item, number 2, roll call.
All right, and my apologies. Let me pull up my list of names real quick. Okay, we'll start with Chair Fernandez.
Here.
Vice Chair Fritz.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Ottinger.
Here.
Commissioner Lindenbush.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson is excused. Commissioner Dauch is excused, and Commissioner Haug.
Okay.
I do see Kate's name here, so I'm assuming she is just muted, but here.
Here.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you. Okay, move on to item number 3, approval of minutes of July 14th, 2020. Does anyone have any changes or additions? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Ottinger.
I just have a minor edit on page 11 where it states the 80 unit development is on, should be on the north side of Bodega Avenue.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. Then I'll go ahead and ask for a motion for approval.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, you have a second?
A second.
Motion and second to approve the minutes. All in favor? Oh, actually, I guess you have to do a roll call. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. And we'll start off with Commissioner Ottinger.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindenbush.
Aye.
Commissioner Haug.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Fritz
Aye.
and Chair Fernandez.
Aye.
And that motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0.
Next on the agenda are comments from the public on items not on the agenda. So again, comments on the agenda, appreciate keeping comments of those that want to 3 minutes. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak on comments that are not on tonight's agenda?
And Chair Fernandez, I will note that we did receive one comment. It was actually from Kate Haug as a member of the public, which has been distributed via email to all of the commissioners.
Okay.
And it looks like we have, at least at this moment, 2 public comments, one from Oliver Marks and one from Jill. Chair Fernandez, do you have a preference on who goes first?
Nope, chair discretion.
Okay, I'll let Oliver Marks go first. Oliver, you're unmuted, right? You're unmuted now. Or now, hopefully.
No, I'm
Okay.
unmuted. Yeah. Can I defer to Jill because Jill knows a lot more about the question I have to ask, and then I'd like to go after her. Is that okay?
Sure, we can do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes,
you
we
can.
can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jill. I actually am a resident in the city of Sebastopol, and I just wanted to join this meeting tonight because I've called and I sent an email, but thought this might be the faster way to have a few questions answered. This is in regards to the proposal for the purchase of the Sebastopol Inn by the county. The first question I have is the inn in a floodplain? And I'm just wondering where I can find that information. You know, is it in our city plan? The second question I have is, or I guess more of a comment is, I was just surprised to hear that the county could bypass the planning commission and our well-established processes and plans put in place to maintain the character or tenor of this city. And I just wondering, is that true that they can just come in and do whatever they decide to do? They have that kind of power over the city of Sebastopol. And also wondering where I can find that information because I've been looking through multiple documents. And then the third is I've heard mention that should the inn be purchased, that would be a solution for the RVs that are currently on Morris Street. I'm quite versed with the challenges with the Morris Street RVs, and knowing that some of them will not abandon the RVs, and I've heard some people mention that the RVs could be parked in the parking lot there at the inn. And full disclosure, I am a co-owner of a business in Gravenstein Station, and I do know that there is an easement agreement between the Sebastopol Inn and Gravenstein Station. So I'm wondering if would they be allowed to park RVs in that parking lot? And if so, is that in line with our general plan and city ordinances, zoning? You know, I have great concern over the idea that those parking spots could be filled with such large RVs. So if I could get answers for those questions, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And after the end of public.
So it looks like Everett may have frozen, so I'm going to ask, oh, there we go.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
So Chair Fernandez, just so you know, you were frozen for a minute there.
Yeah, let me see if I can improve my Wi-Fi here. Just give me just a second here.
Okay, we can hear you now. So.
Okay. Okay, I think it should be a better situation here. Okay, so go on to the next speaker, and we'll answer the questions after public comment on that.
So I'll proceed with unmuting Oliver Marks next.
Okay.
Okay, hi. Turn my video on so you can see me. Yeah, I think my question, following on from what Jill just asked, is assuming the Sebastopol Inn is purchased by Sonoma County, what sort of time frame are we talking about in terms of planning permissions to convert it from hotel rooms to what would be considered living accommodation? So, from the date that the building changed hands into whoever is the new owner, which is still somewhat unclear, how long would it take to kind of fill in the swimming pool and fence the area off, particularly Joe Rodota Trail, so that people can't get in and out that back way? And at what point would it be fit for purpose as homes? And that's my question. I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you. And is there any other public comments?
Looks like there's one more, Ray.
Okay.
So Ray, I'll be unmuting you next. All right.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this chance to ask public comment. I'd reached out to Everett with my questions about the Sebastopol Inn in the County of Sonoma jurisdiction. I forgot exactly what I asked, but I hadn't heard anything back. So I just wanted to ask them here at the Planning Commission meeting, just echoing what Jill asked and Oliver asked as well, is where in the city's general code is the county allowed to circumvent processes such as getting around design review committee if they want to make any changes to the Sebastopol Inn, saying that if they do purchase it, as they would be an individual. From what I understand, a county cannot overstep a city's laws. So I think just echoing the previous questions, looking for understanding and just supporting the Planning Commission and our government of the city, that it's sovereign to the county. The county has their jurisdictions and the city has their incorporated areas. So, yep, that's sorry to be a little off of my questions, but yeah, pretty much echoing Jill's questions from earlier. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, so I'll go ahead and close public comment. First of all, Ray, apologize for not getting back to you. I was trying to research the information and slipped my mind, and I'm at your available to speak on some of those items. Regarding the questions, I don't know if Planning Director Swanstrom, if you feel comfortable, I know you may not have the answer to some of these or all of these. It's not just for the public's information. We're not have the ability to debate or discuss this issue, and that's just the California laws. But we can perhaps answer some of these questions, or we can get back to you on these answers, and I would defer that.
Sure,
to,
and thank you, Chair Fernandez. I think it'll actually be a combination of both. And I do know Jill and Ray attended the City Council meeting that was held on August 11th regarding this item as well. So this actually kind of segues into my Planning Director's report, which is items of interest to the Commission. And I'm happy to try to follow up on the questions I can't answer as part of that report. But so as most of the commissioners know, and the commenters, the county is looking at potentially purchasing the Sebastopol Inn. The property owner has approached the county about that for a state initiative called Project Home Key, which is to provide hotel rooms and potentially transition to longer range housing. But at this point, it's for those at risk of COVID-19 and low income. That is a county-led project. So as with our Veterans Building, a county-owned property is not subject to city regulations. That's actually a state law. It's not in our code anywhere. It's and I can certainly follow up with the city attorney for the three commenters on a little bit more specifics on that. So let me see, I think one of the other questions, yes, the property is in the floodplain. That information is actually available on our website. The planning department maintains a link on our page to GIS mapping that is gives the ability to look at a lot of different layers, and one of those layers is the 100-year and the 500-year floodplain. The 100-year is considered the regulatory floodplain that FEMA is concerned about, and that's sort of a 1% chance in any year that a flooding event would happen. In terms of parking and easements, that's not a question I'm able to answer right now. Easements are generally governed by the language of the easement. And usually if they're between two properties, it's between the two property owners to understand and what that means. In terms of any city regulations regarding RVs, I would need to do some further research on that, and I don't know if that's the intent of, I know that's not the intent of the Project Home Key project. I don't know if that's the intent of the county or not. And in terms of the time frame, should the project move forward, that I believe is covered just briefly at the August 11th City Council meeting. That is up to the county. I don't know what their project schedule would be for that, and so that would be a question for the county CDC folks. I do know that they did submit the application. I believe it's a pretty long process going through October potentially to even find out if they have funding, are awarded funding for that project. So I imagine there will be some follow-up conversations between the county and the city on that project. And I think that covers the variety of questions I was asked. Are you noticing any that I missed?
Yeah, I think mine, sorry, if you might have already covered this at a brief interruption. The jurisdiction of the county and what they're able to do.
Right, and yeah, so I did cover that.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, So
And so
we will,
I'll continue
ahead.
with my planning director report, since that was sort of the
Uh,
August 11th meeting.
okay, if you could just hold on for a second, and
Sure.
we'll close, public comments closed. We'll go on to statement of conflict of interest, if anybody has that. Okay, now we're on to planning director's report. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the August 11th City Council meeting, was to discuss the Sebastopol. And the City Council also did have a meeting on August 12th to hear from Commission, the Economic and Community Vitality a group that was hired to work on various aspects for the city. The RFP went out pre-COVID, but when COVID hit and some of the repercussions became obvious, the focus of that group changed a little bit from sort of longer range visioning and workshops with the community to what was really needed at in the moment, which was helping assist businesses with PPP loans. And they have continued that work and are looking at and presented both survey results as well as some ideas at the August 12th City Council meeting. One of the ideas is that they're working on and Council authorized them to proceed with is a microloan program in conjunction with Community Credit Union. So that will be returning to Council, I believe, on the September 1st agenda. One of the other things that the directed staff to look at was enhancing our facade improvement program. So we do have a small grant program that right now is a 50% match up to $2,500 for local businesses to do improvements, exterior improvements only, not interior. That are, they can be things like painting a building, awning, new signage, new lighting, up to a complete facade change. The council asked that we provide them with a proposal for making that a 75% match to 25% to lower the threshold for some business owners. And also, I had discussed with the budget subcommittee and they discussed at council increasing the budget for that from $6,000 to $20,000. So we are working with actually our design review board as potentially helping us to have be a review body for those grants. We're hoping to publicize that, and success would be over prescription and having to make some decisions. In the past, it's been an over the counter and the funds have not been fully utilized. So hoping to get that included with the outreach for the microloan program. And again, that will be going back to council on the September 1st item as well. In regard to the Sebastopol Inn, and actually to expand a little bit more, we did get a question from Commissioner Haug on what the city is doing in regards to homeless services and affordable housing. And I responded to her, but I figured it's probably not a bad thing to share with the entire planning commission, because if she doesn't know, then you probably don't necessarily know what staff has been working on in this regard. Most of you know Park Village, the mobile home park that is just east of the Sebastopol Inn and the Davis Townhome project. We have two projects going on at that right now. West County Community Services operates, they have a caretaker manager unit there, and they operate it for the city, offering case management services to the residents there. We have two exciting projects that are finally getting off the ground. One is to rehab two, I don't know if they were apartments before or just sort of guest rooms associated with the campground, but we'll be rehabbing the building that's there, which is already above the floodplain, which is great, to be two bedroom apartments for families. And we're doing that with community development block grant funding that we had applied for. And then we also applied for homeless emergency action program grant money and received an award to install two additional concrete pads and utility hookups. And those are specifically meant for housing people who are living in their RVs on the streets right now, to be able to get them off the street hey, they will have access to, full utilities, hookups for their RVs, as well as the case management services and assistance that West County Community Services provides. And, we're working closely with them, and they are definitely going to be targeting the folks on Moore Street when that program is done. We're looking at both of those projects going out to bid in the next month or so. So construction on both of those will start soon. And then lastly, the budget hearings are coming up for the revisions to the budget. I know this group had looked at the parks capital improvement plan, and we have had to take a tough look at it. I don't think the priorities that I did share today, the priorities of the Planning Commission in terms of various projects with that group. The only project that we won't be moving forward with is a grant application this year for additional trails in the Laguna area, and that's just the practicalities. If we got that, we would need a certain amount of grant of matching funds for that, and there are concerns that with the economy changing, our revenue projections into the future when that project happens may not be as secure. Obviously, our second item tonight will be talking about development impact fees, which is one of the revenue sources for parks. But one of the other things that Chair Fernandez and I have been discussing is, and I know he has heard from at least one of the commissioners as well, about interest in starting a Parks Foundation. And so that may be a topic of an upcoming meeting. And so Chair Fernandez, I don't know if you want to say any more about that at this time.
Yeah, we can, my discussion, and I think I've spoken to one or two commissioners on my thought of trying to be a little bit more proactive in what we can do as commissioners to move some things forward and hopefully not tie up additional staff time. So I think besides this project, if there are other thoughts as to where we might be able to be effective, I know that we have a working plan as well. And there's probably items on the general plan. So just wanted to throw that out there, and that we can, add that kind of as a discussion item in the future of, what kinds of priorities we have, where we should put in our efforts. If you have any comments on that or direction, if it's brief, you can mention it tonight. If not, maybe it's something you can email me with your myself and Planning Director Swanson on what your thoughts on that. So that makes sense.
Thank you. And that concludes my Planning Director report, unless there are any questions from the commissioners.
Okay, so I've asked for questions, Commissioner, and I'll start with Commissioner Ottinger, if you have any questions or comments.
I don't at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Lindenbush.
Yes, thank you, Director Swanstrom, for the report. I just had a few questions. Well, first off, I just want to say thank you to Chair Fernandez and Director Swanstrom both for pursuing a handful of ideas that I've brought to the Commission and the Chair and Director before, including the formation of a Parks Foundation, which I think is central to the vitality of our park system as we move forward into a period of less than stable revenue. And also making sure that we have a solid working plan and looking at general areas of priority for the general plan, I think is important for our commission to be working on. It's been 42 days since our last meeting, which I know is not the fault of anyone here. And the council has been using that time very productively. But I think it is important for us to have a general sense of where we're going if we're going to be meeting more infrequently than once every 2 weeks. So I appreciate that, and we'll be following up with you on that. Director Swanstrom, I did have a question on the August 12th meeting with the Council on Co-Mission. Was there any additional funding that was granted to the consultant at that time?
I don't recall if that came up. I don't believe there was anything additional. I know there was some discussion about their budget, but I don't really recall exactly what that is, what that ended up being. I believe there was some funding that was adopted before the July 1st, but there was a question of whether or not that should be authorized or not.
Okay.
But I can
Um,
follow up via email on that
Would
question.
definitely
That's,
appreciate that.
yeah.
I know that they had requested $120,000 additionally, and I just thought that that was pretty high for having sent out a survey with the first $40,000. And if there's any additional funding that is put forward to the consultants, I think it's such an important issue to planning that they should report to the Planning Commission as well. And that'll be important, I think, for the city to have accountability on the process. I also had a question about the program with microloans. You said that it was going to be referred to the Design Review Board, and I was just wondering if you had any more elaboration on that.
Yeah, so let me clarify on that. Thank you, Commissioner Lindenbush. The microloan program would not be going through the Design Review Board. Is sort of a more minor component of our economic development at the city is that we have a facade improvement program, which in the past has been assessed at a staff level in terms of whether or not it qualifies, as well as administrative kind of review of the application. We've had a couple that have gone to the Design Review Board for the design review component changes that they're requesting, but not for review and awarding of those grant funds. We're looking at revising the program instead of it being an over-the-counter first come first served to potentially having say quarterly deadlines and then having a meeting each quarter with the DRB to review those grant applications for facade improvement. And because that's a sort of a design issue in terms of the, will this have a great impact? Will the design and the facade changes have an impact? That's the group that we were looking at for that.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying. And then just one last question I had was just surrounding procedure for bringing agenda items forward, and wondering if there might be a way that we can develop a process for having not just planning director's report, but planning commissioner's report as well. I think it might help to streamline some of the commentary from the commission and also allow you, Director Svanstrom, the ability to focus on what you're reporting on instead of it becoming a very bloated agenda item. Or additionally, if there's any opportunity for guidance to the commission on how we can present resolutions to the commission itself, or just have more of an engaged process with the chair and the director and staff more generally on driving process. So other than that, I have no questions, and thank you again for your report.
Thanks. And I would say if any commissioner does have an item of interest that they would like to see the Planning Commission discuss, the best pass would be to email both myself and the chair. We work together in terms of looking at the forecast, and I will say that in terms of our workload, we do look at the Planning Commission's adopted work plan as the priority for staff, as well as applications, obviously, that can need this body's decision making. But if there are, like, for instance, the Parks Foundation, that's not typically a staff-led thing. It's a private nonprofit organization. And so that is something where I would be looking to planning commissioners to take the lead on that and do the heavy lifting on it and provide staff the information to publish for an agenda topic if that was, as an example, if that was desired to be discussed with this group. We do have with our public art committee, we did that this last year. Staff is focusing on implementing the commissioned art projects and some of the coordination as needed, like for the sculpture garden, we need to work out an agreement with the county that falls to staff. But the design and the lead on that is actually being done by a subcommittee of the public art committee. And so I would say if there is an interest among those, definitely email the chair and myself.
Great, thank you.
And I would echo that, as I said before, for other subjects and the scheduling ahead. So certainly open to that. Okay, let's see, Commissioner Haug, excuse me.
Thank you. I have a few questions. One, I just, if anyone read my correspondence for public comment, I was not aware of all the work that the housing committee's done on and they do on the city council. And so I think what I would like to suggest is maybe that we have a liaison that can give the planning commission information that's being discussed at the housing committee and homeless services level at city council. I think that might be helpful just so we're all up to speed. There, you know, just what Director Swanstrom reported tonight was very valuable information to me, and I was not aware of it, and I was thankful to get that information. So that's one comment. My other comment has to do with the parks. Since we're most likely all going to be able to meet in the near term future to take a park walk, especially with the public, I would like to suggest that maybe we all individually take walks in the park and then take notes on repairs that we see fit in relationship to the Ives Park master plan. And we could also invite members of the public to take a walk in the park as well to see if there's, to get public input on what they would like to see repaired at the park or changed given our extremely limited budget for the parks at this point. And then perhaps we could all come together with our notes and with members of the public via Zoom to have a meeting about feasible improvements, you know, given our budget restrictions for the Parks Department. So I was just trying to think of a creative way that we could start generating perhaps a list of smaller priorities that could in some ways meet part of the master plan, but would not require the $4 million that the master plan requires. So I think that we should not necessarily delay looking at the parks and creating parks priorities until COVID is resolved, because as far as I can tell, that will be a good 18 months out from now, or could be sooner if we're lucky, but you know, it's indeterminate. But I feel like that we should start thinking and creating a priorities list. I concur with Commissioner Lindenbush that we should possibly have meetings more often to address ongoing issues, you know, like a parks priorities list, like the regulations around ADUs and vacation homes. That seem to be ongoing, and we, you know, hopefully can move towards resolution on. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Planning Director Swanson, do you want to respond to any of that, or we can continue on to the next?
I think there are some good ideas there regarding the park stuff. I'm not sure who's Kate, if you're volunteering to organize how people would go about do that. I would love to work with you on that as an alternative to the walking tour that we were looking at doing.
Yes, I'd be happy to. I mean, I think it could be fairly simple. I believe probably everyone has a copy of the master plan, and that's well laid out with numbers. So I think people could go individually and see, you know, go to the park and write down their notes and correspond them to the numbers on the plan. But we can discuss this further as well.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
If I may comment on that, you know, the last time we did a park tour, what was really helpful was to have, I believe it was Dante or a member of the staff, because sometimes you see something, you say, okay, maybe we should fix that, or we should, you know, remodel that, and there may be an issue why it can't be, or what maybe they're working on, or so forth. I think that maybe this is pie in the sky, but I think that we could meet at the park, be socially distant, and kind of walk and have those questions, some of those questions answered. I think that would be a little bit more efficient, because I think if we all go individually, we're going to have different questions, and then they may be not valid, right? Or they're at the park, someone might bring something up and it might lead to something else. If there's, you know, a way to the park's, you know, fairly big area, you know, I'll just throw that out there if that's a way to do that. As far as meeting more, I think that's something that would have to be brought up to the planning, or excuse me, the city council, I believe, or at least discuss with them, because right now it's set up as to how many times we can meet. But you know, I can certainly ask that question to city council. It also has to do with availability of staff for us to meet more often. So you know, I'm certainly willing to look into it, but I think we have to take those things into consideration and see kind of where that puts us on there.
Right, and I think Commissioner Lindenbusch at least comment was that we haven't been meeting every 2 weeks, and I did try to keep our last date for and we have a packed agenda tonight because of it, because we have 2 items instead of 1. The second item may be lengthy and we may end up continuing it to the next meeting. I'm not, we'll see how that goes, but they were aware, but when the Sebastopol item came up, they had an opportunity to have the county come for what is clearly a critical issue for many in the community. So it is their pleasure to overrule us, but I don't think they try to do that. They try not to do that, and offered us the next Tuesday, which they were not meeting on, but unfortunately we couldn't get enough of the commissioners available for that meeting.
Okay, and I apologize. I think I understand that when you said meet, you mean meet our regular times, not meet more than twice a month. Is that,
Yes,
was that,
yeah.
okay, all right. So never forget that comment about city council. We certainly do that. Okay, Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Kelly, any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Fritz.
Yeah, just one thought actually about this Oggs Park question. I think it might be helpful if we dig out the staff report from when we did this last, you know, at least as maybe a starting point, that you can see some of the things that we had already discussed and Dante's comments and feedback and things like that. If they were distributed to everyone, that could be a good starting point, I think. Mm-hmm. And then I just had one other question. I'm just wondering what is happening. I know the council, you know, a few meetings back had some conversation of how to begin talking about looking at city policing policies. I'm just wondering, has anything happened with that, or is there any process in place?
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair Fritz. I can talk to a couple of things. One is that they did go ahead and hire the consultant. That was, and I'm going to forget his last name. It was Jerry, I want to say it was Threet. Thank you. So he is working on that, and my apologies, I forgot to announce that the city does have a interim police chief, Don Mort, who started work, I believe, last Friday or Thursday or Friday. So he comes from most recently Napa Valley College's police training academy, and previous to that he was with the city of Concord. So that does expand some of the capacity. As many of you know, Lieutenant Greg DeVore was acting police chief in the absence of James Conner's retirement at the end of December. The recruitment has had issues with all of the COVID stuff going on and taking longer than anticipated. And so getting their leadership back to full staffing certainly will help them look at some of the questions and issues that were raised as part of those meetings as well, I think.
So has like some process been established of how they're going to go about this, or is it still kind of being fleshed out? Or
I believe it's still being fleshed out, but Jerry Threet is doing the assessment that he was hired to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Actually, I have a question on the facade program. Actually, glad to hear it's still going. I was spent about a couple of years being the economic development coordinator. I was fortunate to start that, and one thing that we ran into is the facades that are, or the buildings that are on the main thoroughfare need to get Caltrans involved, because if you have to cordon off, I believe, sidewalk issues. And so that might be something I do ahead of time. And also it may be good to be a little proactive. And if there are certain buildings in town that we think might benefit from that, to reach out. And sometimes it's difficult to get a hold of owners of those buildings, but you know, if you're an owner of the building, this sounds like a pretty good deal. You get an opportunity to improve the facade of your building and you know, get some of it paid. One of the other issues we'd run across is building owners being concerned of opening up a can of worms. So they want to start doing their facade improvements and then find out that they need to bring other things up to code and so forth. So I think those are some of the items. But you know, I think it might be a good opportunity to do that. Okay, and that's all I had for that. Okay, so we can move on to the regular agenda item 7A, temporary use permit, Head West Marketplace. And this is a project, this application submitted by Jimmy Brower for Head West Marketplace, requesting approval of a temporary use permit to allow an outdoor market featuring makers, crafters, designers, artists, small brand shops, and specialty service providers. The market is proposed to occur on the first Saturday of each month until the end of 2020. The market will take place on the privately owned portion of McKinley Street, located within the Barlow. And Planning Director Swanson, you can
Take
go
that
over.
over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan.
That's all good. All right, so thank you for that introduction. You covered about my first couple sentences.
Right.
So this is a temporary use permit request to operate an outdoor market on the first Saturday of each month. The market would be taking place in the privately owned portions of McKinley Street within the Barlow. And yeah, so the market currently, so there's been a couple revisions to the market since this application was originally submitted prior to COVID-19 and the shelter in place and health orders. And what I'm going to be kind of restating at this point is kind of the current proposal as I'm aware of it. And if Jimmy, there's anything that I am misunderstanding or presenting incorrectly, please feel free to chime in when it's the applicant's time. But I'm going to go off what my understanding is my comprehension of the project. So the market currently proposes to have 20 to 40 booths and will be spaced a minimum of 10 feet apart in order to provide social distancing with COVID-19 and health requirements. The market will feature goods from crafters, designers, artists, small brands, and local shops. And the market's proposed to operate between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. on the first Saturday of each month. The market anticipates having approximately 250 to 500 people per event and would utilize 385 Morris Street as overflow parking. The market has implemented several new procedures since it was originally submitted in order to comply with the health orders, which includes requiring face masks when inside the market area, eliminating the alcohol vendor, prohibiting open container food within the market, refusing service to those who refuse to wear a mask, enforcing / verbally encouraging social distancing, as mentioned before, spacing the booths 10 feet apart, installing hand sanitizer and washing stations throughout the market, eliminating the booths to try on clothes, and hiring security and utilizing market staff to enforce the health orders and policies listed above. So I do want to note that the applicant had put in a request to expand the market to the end of 2021 and to utilize a slightly different layout, which would partially extend into Pink Lady Court and provide a little bit greater social distancing between the booths. However, due to the timing of this request, staff was unable to route it out to other city departments to get feedback in and suggestions on. So essentially that's part of the reason why staff is not recommending them at this time. However, should the Planning Commission approve this application, it's likely that we may return to the Planning Commission later this year for an amendment on those requests. So as mentioned before, this application was submitted back in January of 2020, along with a second temporary use permit, which was initially acted on by staff. The reason why we have 2 temporary use permits is because staff has the ability to act on temporary uses for 6 months or less. And as this market was initially proposed, it could go throughout the year, that would exceed the 6 months period. And there was also a market in November. So that is the reason why there was two markets. Staff has the ability to act on 6 months or less, and the planning commission is required for greater than that amount of time. And the thought was that from late January to March, there was not enough time to take the application to the planning commission, and we thought we could do a couple one-off events to allow the event while we were processing the permit. Shortly after the March event, the shelter-in-place orders went into effect and the subsequent markets were canceled. And the planning commission temporary use permit went on hold due to the uncertainty with the shelter-in-place orders. Subsequently, the applicant requested in early June to amend the staff level temporary use permit to allow a market to occur in July due to the previous markets being canceled. The applicant had also proposed several safety measures to comply with the health orders, and staff took this in and routed it out and contacted the police department, environmental health, and other city departments to determine how we would review this in relation to the health orders and the current events. And that included environmental health. It was determined that the use could be considered akin to outdoor retail or a farmer's market, both of which were and are currently allowed at this time per the health orders. And staff subsequently amended the staff level temporary use permit to allow those markets given the cancellations and that they were within the 6-month period. Then we tried to schedule this meeting for August 11th, and we were reallocated to the city council meeting, and then we tried having a special meeting on the 18th, which was, we were unable to get a quorum. So do this application, the noticing with it, we did receive one public comment, which was forwarded to the planning commission earlier today, which was in support of the market. And for staff's analysis and recommendations, as mentioned earlier, staff has found that this application and use is equivalent to an outdoor retail or farmer's market, both of which are currently allowed under the health orders. Staff does want to note that there are some concerns with the frequent development of the health orders, which has presented a unique challenge in that permitting it, which has presented a unique challenge as the health orders keep evolving and growing as the times change, which has made this somewhat unique and challenging with permitting. For example, prior to August 11th, live music was considered allowed with certain guidelines and requirements. However, on August 11th, EHS contacted staff and informed us that live music is no longer allowed, period. So those are some of the things that we've been trying to keep in mind and plan for and move forward with. And in terms of moving forward, once again, with the ever evolving health orders and the challenges with these, staff finds that it would probably be the best way to moving forward with this would be the strict conditions of approval, which would require amendments to essentially be lifted or revised should the health orders lighten up and the applicant wants to change or, for example, bring back live music. Essentially they'd have to come in for an amendment and reopen it up and allow staff, environmental health, and other city agencies to look at this again and kind of get more current grasp and hands on this. So staff has recommended a handful of specific conditions for this use permit. One being that the applicant shall be responsible to ensure consistency with the shelter-in-place and health orders at the time of the events. The applicant's responsible for requiring all attendees to wear face masks and are required to be worn by sellers and vendors as well. The applicant shall essentially install signs at the point of entry and throughout the market, telling people that masks are required and services will be refused to those not wearing masks. I did contact the applicant at one point asking if it would be feasible to have the majority or 75% of the vendors be from Sonoma County. At the time, the applicant said it would be, initially said it may be Sonoma, Napa, and Marin, and then said it may be possible from Sonoma County. I did add that as a condition, and restricting the number of booths to 40 booths. This was per the reduced number of booths the applicant had submitted at one point. Should the commission want to look at modifying this, staff's thoughts are, more booths could correlate to more attendance or more people coming in out of the area for vendors. Just things to keep in mind. We did ask details regarding targeted marketing, and staff has suggested conditional approval limiting targeted marketing to the geographical areas of Sonoma and Marin counties. once again, to limit generally bringing people in from out of the county or out of the region into Sebastopol. Requiring hand sanitizers throughout the market. The applicant had initially proposed 6 and staff has kind of just latched on to that number. And I believe the applicant has since started providing each vendor with their own hand sanitizer. Staff has also added a condition prohibiting live music per the EHS comments. Recorded music is allowed, but it's required to be at a level of normal conversation. The reason for that is that per EHS's guidelines is that essentially we don't want people taking off their masks or getting closer to try to hear what other people are saying. So that's why they wanted it kind of ambient, quiet levels. And prohibiting the sale or consumption of food or alcohol within the market. Once again, we don't want people taking off their masks, eating, coughing within the market, and potentially increasing the spread. Overall, staff believes that the project as proposed and conditioned is approvable, as it meets and exceeds the current health orders and is required to comply with all future health orders. The event is located in a controlled portion of the Barlow campus and will have market staff and private security, as well as the applicant supervising the area, and that the applicant has provided an overflow parking lot in order to minimize any nuisances to the adjacent businesses in terms of parking impacts. So that generally concludes staff's report. And if you have any questions of me, please let me know. Otherwise, the applicant is here and I believe may have a presentation for you guys.
Okay, let's go on first for staff questions. We'll start Commissioner Ottinger if you have any questions of staff.
No, except that would it be true that if we approve this permit that the county health could close it down because of conditions changing in our county?
So I believe that goes in hand with also planning in the police department. If we find out that the county health or the health orders have changed and it's no longer allowed, it would essentially that would go in conflict with the condition approval that it's required to comply with the health orders at the time of the events.
Okay.
So it could be both planning, environmental health, or the police department acting in response of the health orders.
Okay, so the COVID emergency could allow, the condition would allow us to rescind our approval of it if conditions change.
Yes, essentially as it is, that as condition, the project is required to comply with any and all health orders at the time of the event.
Okay, then I feel comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lindenbush.
Thank you, Mr. Montez, for the report. I had a question primarily surrounding food and alcohol sales. Like if the city did had a resolution similar to what I think Healdsburg and Windsor have done recently of allowing more sort of open container alcohol sales, kind of dovetailing with the state orders on to-go alcohol sales. I'm just wondering if the applicant would need to go back through the process of amending that if anything changed. I would just add that it might make slightly less sense to be stringent about the food and alcohol sales being to go when you can get food and alcohol to go in other locations in the Barlow, when it sounds like the concern might be primarily of consumption of food and alcohol on site. So that was all for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Were you looking for a response or, sorry, Luke?
I'm just wondering, yeah, just what the process would be if there were other laws changing on a city level for food and alcohol sales to go. And also just to add, if it would be different at all because this portion of McKinley Street is private property.
Got it. So in terms of city laws changing, I'm not aware of any. I know there are some, so I know Environmental Health and Services, their concern was with open container food or alcohol within the event. And I know there's been some, once again, kind of the growing public health orders is at one point, any alcohol sale required food to be a part of that ticket. So if you had a alcohol vendor, it kind of goes down to how would they, you know, there's some, I guess, there's some procedural challenges or questions with that with this type of event. And that's kind of the most that I have at this point. And should, you know, as currently conditioned, if alcohols and open container food is outright prohibited, you know, it would require to be submitted back to the city. We'd consult with Environmental Health Services and get their 2 cents and their input and kind of make sure we're meeting the requirements at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Howe?
Thank you. My question, I guess, or is just a clarification. All, the Barlow's primarily or has many existing businesses that already sell food and alcohol on premises. So I think this is obvious. They would continue selling food and alcohol while the event is going on. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so there will be people sitting outside of Crooked Goat having beer and eating food while the market is going on. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
Okay.
EHS did ask that specific question and said, okay, we just wanted to make sure whether that was happening or not, as long as it's not, as part of the market itself was kind of their concern.
So so basically the way that the permit is being written now is that you can't buy food or alcohol from a market vendor, so that there's people not wandering around with their masks off, eating and drinking, but they're still eating and drinking going on at the Barlow simultaneously.
Correct. And
Okay.
part of the reason for that was, once again, the requiring food to be part of a ticket sale for the alcohol, which was a requirement at one point. So that's kind of the thought process behind it.
Okay.
And if I may add into that, the fixed restaurants, breweries, the regular tenants in the Barlow, they all are complying with the various health orders, as well as the ABC requirements to, basically corral anyone who's has an open bottle, who has an alcoholic drink with barriers of some sort, often their planters or other dividers. So they have sort of a different set of rules, but it basically, you can't, take your beer from Crooked Goat and start walking down the street.
Thank you. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kelly, any questions of staff?
Yes, how did the 10 feet between the vendors come up? And is it from the center of the vendor, or is it from the edge of the booth, and how did y'all come up with that?
So the applicant proposed it, and Jimmy, I think you can probably provide more detail on it, but my understanding is it'd be from the essentially distance between the two booths, so from the perimeters essentially to the next one.
Okay, and
Correct.
I'm sorry. Was someone going to say something?
The applicant just said correct.
And also, will there be like picnic tables or anything for folks to get a little bit out of the shade if it's sunny, or any plans for that?
I do not have anything written or on the proposal sheet, but the applicant can speak more towards that.
Yeah, thank you. There are an abundance of tables.
Wait,
Oh,
can we
okay.
wait till, if you can answer that at the time, if we can just finish with our staff questions. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Will do. Yep.
With permission, Commissioner Kelly, we can address that. Okay.
Okay, those were my staff questions.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Fritz.
You're muted.
Yeah, I don't have any additional questions for staff.
Okay. I have a couple of questions here. So with the food, at first I was kind of thinking, well, can't we have an area that people can buy food from the vendors? But second thought, it's actually a good opportunity to support the businesses that are there, the restaurant businesses and so forth, rather than bring in competition when they're all, trying to survive. And what about since everyone's going to be going to those businesses, are there things that they can do within the parameters to facilitate, avoid lines, or, if there's a big crowd and they're doing business as usual, they may not have the capacity to move people along, which we might want. So I'm just wondering if that's been taken into consideration of how they can, address bigger crowds and service that.
It's a great question. I think the applicant I think what they kind of proposed in their statement was enforcing and verbally encouraging people to social distance. And I think Jimmy can maybe speak more to it, but my thought on it would be if there's a line for a particular vendor, essentially the vendor and or the market staff and security would be either verbally encouraging, or if it mandating saying, hey, 6 feet apart, make sure you keep your distances.
Okay. Yeah, I would just say, when the applicant has the opportunity to speak, we're just coming right up. Maybe you can address how we can encourage or support those existing ones. As far as the music level, is it possible that you can have louder music than conversation level, but have it be farther away so that you can still hear it versus, if you have music right there, conversation level, you're not going to even hear it at all. So how would that be handled? How far away, how loud to then how far away can it be? Because then if you have it somewhere removed, it's going to be loud. But if it's not where people can be around by the time the sound gets to where you're going to be, then, so how is that kind of monitored or controlled, if you know?
Great question. I'll leave that one for Jimmy.
Okay, all right. And let's see. And with that, Jimmy, do you pronounce it, your last name Brower? Brower?
Correct. Yes.
Brower.
Yes.
You're up.
Brower.
Thank you for your patience, Brower, Mr. Brower. Thank you for your patience, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, first and foremost, thanks so much for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of the conversation and the process. It's been an exciting ride, a wild ride, but specific thanks to Planning Director Svenstrom, and then also Associate Planner Alan Montes, who have been guiding me through this entire process. And then also to the Barlow. I do have a representative on who probably won't be speaking, but here for support from the Barlow. Head West is my baby. I've been producing it as the founder for the last 3 years around the Bay Area, and it serves as a physical space for solo entrepreneurs that primarily work out of their homes, as well as displaced small business brick and mortars, to have physical space in the public in their communities. And it has been a guiding light for so many in different parts of the community within the Bay Area, as not only an outdoor retail marketplace, but also guidance from myself and mentorship in terms of relief aid, whether it be from Small Business Association and their PPP lending program, the EIDL loans, unemployment insurance, and the list goes on. So this has also been a platform for me to increase my coaching, mentorship, and guidance for those small businesses that participate, which are an upward of 1,000 entrepreneurs around the Bay Area, which I'm very proud of. So addressing all of the concerns, I'm very happy that there aren't that many, as myself, all of the vendor participants within Head West and then the Barlow have gone above and beyond to make sure that this is the safest shopping small experience in the Bay Area, and leading by example in terms of the health and safety measures set out by the city of Sebastopol, the police chief, and then the county and on upward. In that, some of the concerns addressed is seating outside of the marketplace. Thanks for that, that concern. The Barlow itself is a very large, complex campus that allows for additional space to roam outside of the actual marketplace area. In addition to the expansive eating and drinking enjoyment area that is very much separated, probably approximately 100 feet from the actual marketplace, there are also dispersed around the complex or the district park benches and seating areas. A lot of these are covered by trees, so I see that as not a problem. In the last 3 marketplaces for this year, there hasn't been one instance of heat exhaustion or just exhaustion or a complaint or a concern in general in terms of seating or ample parking. So I'm very fortunate to have the Barlow supportive like that. The second, food competition. So thanks for that question. I think it's very valid. At all the venues that I employ Head West at, I take it very personally, and I'm very particular in my curation and acceptance to ensure that there is no direct competition between any of the existing tenants. So first and foremost at the Barlow food competition, instead of having food or drink vendors in the past as well as in the future, I encourage through the promotion of Head West and in its entirety, including all the vendor participants and the patrons, to actually support all of the food businesses and the drink businesses that are at the Barlow itself. So it's Head West in itself is innately an incubator and a traffic driver to those tenants first and foremost. Capacity concerns for food and drink, the actual designated and separated area for the food and drink enjoyment, again, is 100 feet at least from the marketplace area. And they have actually been proactive in ensuring that there is physical distancing between all of their tables and chairs, as well as monitoring their own businesses and clientele, and ensuring that anyone that patrons for food and drink to comply with the health and safety measures of you must be seated in order to actually enjoy your food and drink. Also, the Barlow provides additional staffing for that monitoring as well. So thus far, we haven't had any issues in terms of that. In terms of vendor capacity or the patrons that may surround a vendor participant booth, I employ I give the confidence to each vendor participant to own their 10 by 10 foot space. So if they would like to have no product engagement and they would like to tape around the edge of their 10 by 10 canopy tent so that no one actually enters their booth, then that is up to their discretion. But the majority of the time, the participants as well as the patrons that come into Head West are already almost 100% compliant and acknowledging all the health and safety measures that we have assigned throughout the marketplace. So that is masks and face coverings required, physical distancing of 6 feet, and then acknowledging that each time that they would like to engage with product from each vendor participant's booth, that they must hand sanitize before and after. This is also regulated by each vendor participant owning their own booth space as well. So far, it's been 100% of support from both the participants as well as the patrons. So I haven't seen any type of issues with that. The third, music level. Yes, we've had live music, and when we've had live music, there has been at least 40 to 100 feet in distance from the actual music stage to both sides of the marketplace. If I can paint a picture, at the Barlow, there is McKinley Street, and then there's Pink Lady Court that creates an intersection. The musical stage is actually on the corner of that intersection, and then booths for vendor booths, they do not start until you on the outside of each intersection. So there is great distance between the actual music and the first booths that come up. In addition, the music itself is pointed towards, if I can also paint a picture, community market. So there is actually most of the amplified sound pointed in that direction, which is away from the actual marketplace itself. As Associate Planner Alan mentioned, if Pink Lady Court were to be approved to extend the marketplace to allow for more physical distancing, the music would also be pointed in the opposite direction of that. So actually no music itself is pointed in any direction of the actual marketplace. And then also just to add to that, all the music that is actually performed or amplified through a speaker system is all elevator type of music. There's nothing that would incite a crowd or dancing or like any energy that would evoke that type of kind of crowding, if you will. Everything is kind of easy listening shopping music. So hopefully I've answered those 3 points from each of the commissioners, which I absolutely appreciate those questions because it's good for me to refresh that mentality as well.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Let's see. We'll go with questions from commissioners, and just to shake things up, we'll reverse the order, and we'll start with Vice Chair Fritz.
I don't think I have any questions. I guess so you've had, just want to understand, you've had 2 markets since the whole COVID, 3 markets since the COVID. Okay.
Well, 2 since shelter in place, July and August, and then there was a first one in March.
And was the attendance similar at all 3 events, or have you seen a change? Or
we have seen a change. I believe in March it was, it usually rounds around 1,000, a little bit more, and then there has been a drop off for July and August, but that's to be anticipated. Also, the vendor booth turnouts was a little bit lower, but that was also because I capped that because of the use of only McKinley Street and not in addition to Pink Lady Court. I think it's also important to just kind of convey a sense of expansion if Pink Lady Court would be approved, which would allow more physical distancing between each booth as well as individuals, but also extend the marketplace booth capacity to at least 50, and then 60 is the capacity to allow for at least 12 feet between each booth along McKinley and Pink Lady Court.
Okay, great. And then the other question, this may be a staff question, are the conditions the same? The conditions that we're reviewing and approving, are they the same conditions that have been in place for previous markets? Or are these new? And Jimmy, do you have any concerns or questions or issues with any of the conditions as they've been proposed?
Currently, I don't have any issues with the current conditions. I'm absolutely okay to flex on the live music if that just needs to go to amplified sounds, and that can also change with the ongoing changes whenever it comes to COVID-19 health and safety measures as dictated by the county. So I'm absolutely open to that. I do have a question, and maybe this is for Alan. Back in January, I initially applied for both a temporary use permit, and that was supposed to be, I believe, for March and April, which also got extended to encompass July and August. But I also applied for a minor use permit, which was much more expensive from a financial standpoint. So I'm just trying to figure out the clarification between the two. And then if the minor use permits is going to be applied for the rest of the year, as well as what I'm requesting for 2021 based on current health and safety conditions or measures.
So through the chair, is it all right for me to respond? Yeah, okay. So in short, the temporary, the staff level one was the less expensive one, and the minor use permits essentially is same as this temporary use permit. It's just when we're taking it to the planning commission involves more staff time and resources, and that's why there's the higher fee associated with it. So it's really that minor use permit is just the planning commission level temporary use permit. Hope that clarifies that.
Okay.
And whether or not it would allow for the extension to encompass 2021 months as well, that minor use permit.
So so what we previously said was that with that minor use permit, we didn't have time to reroute and discuss the Pink Lady Court and the 2021 end date with the other city departments and agencies. So what may be feasible is, using the existing, if there's any existing remaining funds for any future amendments.
Yeah, and to clarify, the way we do use permits that come to the Planning Commission, they're on what's called a deposit basis, which means that we basically, we charge what we think staff is going to end up spending in terms of the amount of time. But we basically charge the applicant only the amount of time that either is used either under or over the cost of staff costs. So, and I think, yeah, in this case, if there's a desire to do an amendment, yes, that would certainly be as an amendment and just this additional staff time to process the changes that were requested.
Great, thank you.
And then I said one other question about this, this condition of the 75% of the vendors from Sonoma County. One, Jimmy, are you comfortable with that? And two, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just wondering what the impetus behind that is. I don't have a strong opinion that that has to be the case unless there's something I'm missing from staff. But I don't know. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Jimmy? Concern or?
Yeah, absolutely. So it had been brought to my attention from Alan that there was a concern about outside either participants or patrons bringing COVID to the Barlow or the city of Sebastopol. And then I responded, and you can also see as a follow-up in the email that I sent out that Alan shared with you all, that that at least 75% of the marketplace vendor participants are from the North Bay. So I can confirm that. I'm very strongly opposed to only restricting patron or participant vendors to be only from the North Bay, as this limits diversity and inclusion, which is one of the mission drivers for Head West. As noted in the email, I did a little detective work and noting that over 85% of the citizens and residents within all the North Bay counties, Marin, Napa, Lake, Sonoma, and others are white identifying. And this would severely limit the amount of BIPOC vendors, specifically vendors of color, to participate in Head West, which most come from the county of Alameda as well as San Francisco. So in my response back, I was very much adamant about continuing 75% of the patrons or the participants from the North Bay counties as noted, but also allowing 25% coming from the greater Bay Area, which is Contra Costa, Alameda, San Francisco, and possibly San Mateo, which further down from San Francisco County, it tapers off quite a bit, as that's a far commute. Also, there was a concern about those participants drawing outsiders to Head West and the Barlow and the city of Sebastopol as well. Through my partnership with the Barlow, we were able to identify that non-Head West marketplaces bring in less than 25% from outside counties as well, where 75% comes from the actual counties in the North Bay itself. And then that is identically mirrored to all of the Head West specific weekends as well. So there is no difference between the two. So we were confident that we can continue forward in those statistics in terms of participants' involvement.
Great.
And Chair Fritz, Vice Chair Fritz, if I may, just from a staff perspective, the trying to tighten up the geographic radius is really related to COVID and trying to minimize travel that we're all supposed to be trying to do right now. And just so that the commission is aware, we did receive a few complaints prior to the last, I think it was either the first or the second event that happened post-COVID from members of the public concerned that we were allowing such a large event to take place when we're all supposed to be basically sheltering in place. And so that and the number of booths discussion are for the Planning Commission tonight to consider in terms of trying to control crowds and have a successful event, but not have huge crowds or a lot of sort of unnecessary travel when Sonoma County has had issues getting our positivity rate down below 5% in the last few weeks.
Is this something that staff, like who is going to monitor that? Is that something that staff is doing, or is that something that Jimmy needs to provide documentation to staff that 75% of the participating vendors are from Sonoma County? Or I'm just curious what the kind of enforcement.
I think that would be something as simple as a participant list of, here's the vendors for September's market. And obviously they have a business location.
Okay.
If I can kind of comment on that. So for myself, I do not track any of the origin of vendor participants. And from a borderline kind of discrimination aspect, I don't feel comfortable asking participants to kind of declare their origin from within the Bay. And I see this as putting myself and Head West, and then also the Barlow and the city of Sebastopol in a very awkward situation. If word were to get out that, there was the limitation or restriction on participating in Head West outside of the 75% generalized kind of awareness that where people are coming from. And, these vendor participants, they've been with me. There's 1,000+, and I know them all by name. They've traveled with me for the past 3.5 years. And just by knowledge, I know where they hail from. So I think that's, it would be on the Planning Commission to trust of my judgment in terms of limiting the amount of participants from outside the Bay or outside the North Bay counties that were listed, but also acknowledging that, keeping our minds open that it's usually just a handful, 5 to 10 vendor participants that come from outside of the Bay Area. And those are the ones that are identifying as people of color, which specifically come from the counties of Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco. In addition, these outside vendor participants are not bringing outside foot traffic or patrons. They're coming to the North Bay to expand and to take part in an opportunity to expand their clientele and their customer base, because they're struggling in counties that may not allow them to make the revenue that they were making pre-pandemic. So I think with that request, I just kind of urge the Planning Commission to be sensitive to this topic and just kind of understand that this could be a very, very tricky situation to navigate, as Head West in itself is rooted in diversity and inclusion amongst all of the communities that it participates in.
Great, well, thank you. That is all my questions.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly. Still with us, Commissioner Kelly? You're up. Oh, you may have. You see her on there? All right, we can come back. Commissioner Howell. Oh, there she is.
Sorry, it was me this time.
No
Okay.
problem. Welcome.
So regarding social distancing monitoring, it's a big job. And if there's, is it just for mask compliance, or is it also for actual social distancing? And how will that be handled? Hate for anyone to get to. If you're successful, then the second question is about other than limiting the number of vendors, how to make sure there isn't a large crowd that shows up on a really beautiful day and all of a sudden we're way overwhelmed.
Sure, I can answer that. Thanks for asking that. So in terms of capacity limits, also keep in mind that the 500 plus patrons that come through, that is broken up over 6 hours throughout the day. So at any given time, in the past 3 marketplaces for this year, as well as the one test marketplace last year, there was probably approximately 75 or 50 to 100 patrons come through at any given moment. So this allows for quite a bit of physical distancing, especially now since each booth is distanced at least 10 feet apart, and in some cases much more than that. In addition, there are many large gathering areas or open spaces where folks can actually break away from the marketplace area to do what they need to in terms of physical distancing. In terms of like regulating or enforcing the health and safety measures that we put out, there is ample signage. And when I say ample, it's pretty much everywhere you turn, there will be signage that shows this is a marketplace zone or area. Face mask or covering is required, in addition to physical distancing at least 6 feet. From a staffing perspective for the marketplace, there are at least 4 to 5, I guess, health and safety guards roaming the actual marketplace itself. So that would include me. I'm pretty much a 24/7 type of appearance, circulating back and forth. We have a security guard and then 2 to 3 on-site staffers from the Barlow to help monitor that as well. So typically the first filter is to ensure that everyone that enters the marketplace from either end is wearing and compliant with the face mask and covering ordinance. In the last 2 marketplaces post-pandemic, we've only had 1 instance where we've had to request, I personally have had to request someone to leave because they did not comply with the face mask or covering ordinance. The first instance was a refusal to wear it, which was explained by political statements. But they left without incident. And then the second was actually just a transient that was walking through the Barlow campus and didn't know a marketplace was happening. So they stumbled upon it and then they actually left. So there was no incident there. The second filter after ensuring that the face mask and covering ordinance is in place is the physical distancing. Distancing booth spaces has helped tremendously. I think with the expansion of Pink Lady Court, that's going to allow me to actually expand even further and increase the amount of room for patrons to actually walk and to shop on 3 different sides of each booth. Whereas pre-pandemic, it was shopping only one side of each booth. I also want to reiterate that each vendor participant is as vocal as myself, because we all know solo entrepreneurs are very hardworking and vocal people because they're fighting for their livelihood, especially right now. They have been very adamant in making sure that they are governing their 10 by 10 booth space to ensure that everyone is practicing the health and safety measures laid out by Head West itself. So again, I haven't seen any concern. There has been 100% applause and support by not only the Barlow, not only participants at the marketplace, but also all the, I would say 99.999% of the patrons that actually come through. The emails that I have received, the Instagram DMs, the Facebook messages have all been in applause for actually being resilient and persevering this pandemic to ensure that people are able to not only sell to make a living, but also shop small in a very safe way.
Thank you for that explanation. Another question, if you're using 3 sides now for the, can you maintain the 6-foot social distancing?
Yeah, you know, I think in general, the patrons that actually come into Head West Marketplace are of a certain community that is already, they already have an innate progressive view on ensuring that health and safety measures are upheld by not only the community around them, but also themselves. I think with having 3 sides of a booth open to patrons to actually shop, it gives 3 more opportunities. It increases the chances of 3 times a sale to happen for that actual vendor participant. So, and then each side of the booth is actually 10 feet. So if you do the math, there's at least 10 feet between each person that approaches the booth. And I think in general, you know, that 6 feet of physical distancing that we kind of shout to the rooftops and is broadcasted everywhere. It is one of those things that it's not so much a reprimand right on spot. It's about ensuring that the patron or the shopper is aware whenever they might come in a closer, you know, physical bubble of that other person. And chances are very great, especially within Head West Marketplace, because of the already community vibe and encouragement of health and safety measures, that someone steps away before anyone like myself or the participant, vendor participant as well, or security has to actually get involved. So I think it's more of the face mask and face covering that we're more vigilant about, because 6 feet of physical distancing is more innate in the actual overall attendance, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a reminder with music, and I know yours sounds like it's not going to be trying to have a band that's, you know, people are going to want to congregate at, but if you're going west and the music is amplifying towards, like you said, towards Whole Foods. If you go to the north, there's the neighborhoods there. So just just so you have that as a reminder, because that neighborhood to the north has had issues in the past.
Yes, yeah, I was actually aware of that last year when we did the test marketplace in October. So that's why specifically all the music is situated on the south side of the intersection of McKinley and Pink Lady Court, but it's directed north towards the community market. And then it's not amplified east and west, which is where currently the marketplace runs on McKinley. So, but thank you for ensuring that was heard. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hou?
I just want to thank Mr. Brower for his thoughtfulness and thoroughness and perseverance, because I know this trying to adapt to this circumstance has been required a lot of resilience. And I also want to thank you for your commitment to diversity and inclusion. I know communities of color have been hit very hard economically and also in terms of high mortality rates within their communities. So I think we as a whole need to be extra vigilant in our support. And I feel comfortable with all the health and safety measures that you have carefully crafted with in association with all of our various city departments. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Lindenbush.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brower, for your application. I have no questions at this time, but I did want to just echo Commissioner Haug and my gratitude as well for your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'll speak to my recommendations for amending that language of the geographic restrictions in my final comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Ottinger.
I have no questions at this time, but thank you for the work that you're doing in helping us learn how to proceed during COVID-19. I'm sorry, I don't feel safe to attend your event, but I wish I could someday.
Absolutely. Someday, yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I wanted to echo same comments. Really appreciate your thoroughness. I think you've thought this pretty well through. It's it's a time that a lot of fear for people, and rightfully so. But also we need this kind of medicine, so to speak, to give us a little joy, and hopefully in a safe manner. And definitely, I would not support limiting, the percentage from a certain geographical area. I don't necessarily know that it's any safer than city down the street, or down the road. So thank you for that, and I think it's important that we do see a variety of people, and maybe even reach out to try to get that mix in. I think would be great. So thank you for that. And if like to open it up now to any public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this this item, and keep your comments to 3 minutes. And Planning Director Swanstrom will, or Alan, are you keeping track of the time?
We actually have our tech support has a timer that we'll be trying to use. If not, we will be kind of keeping a backup time for that. So
maybe give people a 30-second warning or something, or 20-second if they can't see the timer on there. So so I'll just open it up for public comment, and if you could, I guess, raise your hand, so to speak, from on there, or get our attention, and I'll let Planning Director Swanstrom pick it up, because I can't really see who is necessarily.
sure. And it looks like we have one hand raised. It's Ray Blazer, so I will unmute her.
Hello again.
Okay.
Just want to speak on behalf of the Sebastopol Downtown Association that we appreciate Jimmy's efforts to bring Head West to the Barlow, and to encourage the element of diversity, as that's as he stated, as our population, I guess say ethnicity for Caucasian is greater than the non-Caucasian in our area, then it's great when we have vendors that bring the diversity to the community that we all support and encourage. And as that was shared in a commission meeting last week by Yolanda at the Barlow, the same numbers that Jimmy had referenced, it sounded like many of the visitors from the community are within Sonoma County. It's a very low percentage that is coming outside of the Bay Area. So I think that's encouraging and speaks a lot, and they're going through a lot of efforts for social distancing and hand sanitizing and all the health requirements. So just encourage them receiving the appropriate permits that they need. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
And I did not see any further public comments, Chair Fernandez.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and bring this back.
And actually, if you could, for the record, note that you're closing the public hearing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
To close the public hearing, and we'll bring this back to commission for discussion and deliberation, and we'll just open it up, and if anybody wants to be heard, I guess Commission or Planning Director Swanstrom, you can recognize them on that. Or someone can make a motion as well. But there's also, there are some of the requirements. And so if you make a motion, take those into consideration, or if there's discussion for any of those items before a motion is made to get some agreement on or a consensus on it. So I can go in order if that's more helpful. And I start with Commissioner Fritz and kind of go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I am, I'm happy to get rid of the condition about the 75% from Sonoma County. I don't, I understand the impetus for it, but as Chair Fernandez said, who's to say someone from Santa Rosa is any sicker than someone from, Oakland or San Francisco or whatever. I mean, I get the trying to limit travel, but, kind of a limited number of vendors from places beyond Sonoma County, I think is acceptable. So I would be in favor of eliminating that condition. I also just had, I guess I just realized I have just a question about condition 22 about and maybe this is just a standard condition for any kind of event like this in the Barlow, but it's about should the lack of through access cause traffic issues, the planning department reserves the right to require through access and a traffic guard to ensure safety. I mean, that seems like if there was a traffic issue and we had to allow traffic to be moving through the middle of this event, that would kind of ruin the entire event. So I'm not quite sure that, I'm not sure why that condition would be necessary, because it seems like if we had that condition and there was a problem, that would kind of just end the event, because we don't really want cars driving through the middle of McKinley Street while you're having an event on McKinley Street. So I would be, unless there's a compelling reason to have that, I would be in favor of removing that condition as well. And that's all my comments. Otherwise, I think I'm in favor. I think you've taken a lot of safeguards, and I'd be concerned if you were getting 4,000 people to these events and it's just kind of a madhouse and overwhelmed. But it seems like it's been controlled, and I think it's good to give people an opportunity to be outside and do, support local businesses and small time vendors at this time. So I think it's a good opportunity to do that, and I'm glad you brought it to Sebastopol.
And the item 22, anyone, any of the staff wants to comment on, is that the reason behind that, or is that a standard condition?
So that was a carryover from the prior approvals, and the thought process being the Sebastopol Avenue to Laguna Parkway. If there were issues with with that being closed for causing any backup traffic onto Sebastopol, that could be allowed. I believe that was the original intention there.
Okay. Commissioner Kelly, do you have any comments or discussion?
I agree with Commissioner Fritz about decreasing the limitation to where the vendors are coming from, even though my preference is, of course, to let our local vendors. So maybe the applicant could also look for more in Sebastopol and increase his marketing to our also entrepreneurial spirit as well. And I'm sure you know much more about the availability of that than I do. Other than that, I think this will be a nice event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haug?
I support this, and I am in agreement with Commissioner Fritz about striking the number 6 in terms of percentage of vendors from Sonoma County. Of course, I am want to support our local entrepreneurs, but I believe that Mr. Brower has done a considerable amount of research and has relationships with his vendors. So I would leave it up to his discretion as the person who's running the market to decide who the vendor should be and what the proper mix would be.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lindenbush?
Thank you. I wanted to echo Vice Chair Fritz and others who have expressed concern with condition number 6. I also hear staff and the concern about COVID-19 spread. I just think that having geographic understanding that, you know, Solano County was omitted from this list, and that's a bordering county of ours that's arguably the most diverse in the North Bay. So I think it would be extremely important for diversity and equity and inclusion to expand that. And if we're going to require that vendors are from a certain area, I think that just saying that they need to come from at least the 9-county Bay Area, Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Solano, Marin, Sonoma, let me know if I missed any. But I think also just expanding it to the 11-county Bay Area, also including Yolo and Sacramento counties, would allow for the greatest geographic breadth and understanding that make sure that there aren't people coming from extremely long distances to this market. But I would also be entirely fine with just striking it all together, because I think that the application has shown that the applicant has the due diligence to make sure that this event is a success and that his vendors and customers are not put in harm's way to the greatest extent possible. So that's all the comments I have. And again, thank the applicant for the application.
Good. Commissioner Ottinger?
Yes, I will agree with what's been said already. The only thing I didn't hear, and I probably should have asked, was any condition for temperature taking at the vendors coming from great distances. That's the only thing I can think, but I don't know that it's really practical in stopping any infection for that day. So it's kind of useless. I guess I'm okay with the elevator type music. Should you have live music, that's hard to imagine, but I don't think that's something that we need to address here, because I know from what you're saying that you won't allow crowds to form in close proximity to one another for the individuals. So I'm okay with those things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The question with condition 8, targeted marketing shall be geographically limited to Sonoma and Marin County. Jimmy, do you think that's doable? Do you have any comment on that particular condition?
Yeah, absolutely. So since Head West has initiated at the Barlow, that is where I target 100% of the marketing, promotion, and advertisements to, which is strictly the North Bay. In addition, my marketing and promotion and advertising channels go through first and foremost supporting the North Bay, the North Bohemian. So I have a strategic partnership with them that has been an annual partnership that includes print, digital, magazine, as well as dedicated email blasts. And that is all targeted towards North Bay residents. And then I follow up with supplemental, which is Instagram ads, as well as Facebook. So everything is targeted per the community in which Head West resides. So if Head West were to occur in Alameda, it would be strictly Alameda and those adjacent counties. So you have nothing to worry about from that standpoint.
I was just curious on that. And then will you have like signage, I'm assuming, advertising, say at the Barlow or in the area about the event?
Yes, every marketing and promotion has specifically where it's at, the venue as well as the town.
Okay. Okay. And I too support the elimination of the 75%, and also, unless there's any particular reason, item 22 also didn't make sense to me.
Chair Fernandez, can I comment on 22?
Sure.
I'm not sure if this is in the actual permit specifically for Head West or other events that may take place or place application for permit. But in my experience, it's always good practice to make sure that there's at least 10 feet of clearance between each side of the street for emergency vehicles. I'm not sure if that is in there and if 22 addresses that or was trying to address that. But I would just recommend to the Planning Commission to ensure that that is part of any applications go forward, and then entities be held accountable for that, just for liability purposes.
Yeah. And Alan, you're okay with that, or any comment on that?
Sorry, I don't have any comment on it. It was not a comment that I received from another department. I think it was just
Okay, I mean, I think it's the idea is just, I guess, to allow traffic to go through. So I don't have a problem leaving it in there. Let's see. So as such, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval with the removal of item number 6, and looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Is there any other further discussion? And I'll ask Planning Director Swanstrom to do a voice count.
Thank you, Chair Fernandez. And I'm just going to go across my screen the way it's set up for me. So Vice Chair Fritz.
Aye.
Commissioner Lindenbush.
Aye.
Commissioner Ottinger.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Howe.
Aye.
And Chair Fernandez.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Great. Thank you, Jimmy. And we wish you luck, and hopefully we'll see you down there in a safe, fun time.
Perfect.
And
Chair
just for the record, there is a 7-day appeal period, but I know, Jimmy, we have timed this to make sure that that's before your next event. So.
Yes. There was, Chair Fernandez, one last thing. There were 2 items that were discussed, and I'm not sure if it has to be approved, but one being the expansion into Pink Lady Court. In addition, basically making a T off of McKinley to allow an expansion to 50 to 60 vendor booths, as well as additional physical distancing space for participants.
And is that was already in there, right? Or is that asking
Alan,
for
can you
believe
clarify that?
Pardon me?
I'm
Sorry.
just asking Alan to clarify that.
so it was not necessarily written into the approval because we didn't have an opportunity to route it to other city departments in time. That's kind of where we stood with it.
So that would need to come back for an amendment. And so just so you're aware, normally we route these applications to city departments and the Department of Environmental Health. You know, I know the closure of the one street, McKinley, I believe they have people at that intersection in case the fire department needs to get through for emergency access. If you're now blocking the whole next street, that's something that we would certainly want the fire chief to comment on in terms of his capabilities of doing, providing adequate emergency service. And we did not have, as Alan noted, we did not have an opportunity to route that and make this agenda item.
Perfect. So, just to clarify, currently for the upcoming September 5th Head West Marketplace, I am restricted to McKinley only. And then I can partner with Planning Director Svanstrom as well as Alan on setting a date for an amendment to expand to Pink Lady Court as well as to the 50 to 60 vendor booth max.
Yeah, and I don't know if we can, how the commission feels about putting that on approval for planning director based on the comments from the fire chief or whatever. I mean, if it was work, in my opinion.
So what, sorry, but I would recommend, because it is more than a 6-month, which requires planning commission review, planning commission cannot delegate that back to, unless it's a minor amendment being made. What we can do, however, is, and I'm hearing the consensus that there wouldn't necessarily be any issues, but we can put it on the consent calendar, which means that it would not be discussed unless it's a member of the commission or the public wants to pull the item to discuss it, which means, Jimmy, you won't need to go through the, it'll still be on a meeting date, but it'll be yep, we saw it before, we're good with it. And as long as the city's good with it,
And would that
not
be
a lot of discussion.
Would that be before the September?
We will
March?
not be able to do it before
It'll be for-
December, and yeah, it would be
Yeah.
for the next one.
And Jimmy, you'll be okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. The one after is October 3rd. Yes.
Okay. And if the rest of the commissioners are okay with that, we'll put that on the consent item, and assuming there's no issues, and if it does come off the agenda, you don't necessarily need to be there. I think we can handle that discussion as to why it was done.
Everyone's time.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Do we need a quick 3 or 4 minute stretch break?
Yes, I think we do.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. It is 9 o'clock. Let's reconvene at 9:05, if that's okay with everyone. Okay. Okay.
probably not be a good thing.
No.
And Ellen, can you check to make sure the recording, both the live stream and the Zoom recording are back up? I did hear something in my head saying the recording had been stopped.
Yeah, so I can resume the recording and the live stream is still going.
Okay, thanks.
I just paused the recording for the break.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. I just wanted to make sure that we remembered to start it up again.
Okay. One of the advantages of having a meeting from home, take a little break. Okay, so let's go on to item 7B, and Planning Director Swanstrom, you can lead us on this one.
Thank you, Chair Fernandez. And first off, I'd like to introduce the consultants from Harrison Associates who are working with us, Allison Boulier and Nick Kreil. I think both are on your screens now. They'll be doing the majority of the presentation. This is for the city's development impact fee update. We have been working with them since, I think, last fall. Doing a lot of the technical work, and we're bringing to you tonight a number of items, both an overview that they'll present as well as a number of items that we need the Planning Commission's input to be able to finalize, and we'll be coming back with the actual fee structure and some comparisons to what that looks like, both with our existing fees and any new changes, as well as surrounding communities. With that, I will hand it off to Nick and Allison. And Nick, you're muted. Or you're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Still getting used to the Zoom, and I feel like the rules change on me all the time. I'm Nick Kroll, and you can see Allison on the video as well. I'll be probably giving most of the presentation, and you'll probably be tired of hearing from me by the end. But the main point of what we're doing here today is to get some direction from the Planning Commission on some key items to make sure we address all concerns and receive input from everyone before we go forward with some of the methodology assumptions, because there are a couple, I guess, different levers we can play with on this project, and we can decide how we're going to make some of the decisions to make the fee structures as a result of some of the decisions we make tonight. So I'm actually going to go to share my screen, and it should let me share the PowerPoint, hopefully. Everybody see the PowerPoint? Yes, okay. All right, so like I said, this is what we're here to talk about, is a development impact fee update for the city. There's me with my pre-COVID haircut, and there's Allison. So you can get a better idea of who we are. Overview of what we're talking about tonight. We're gonna go over what a development impact fee is for those of you who aren't familiar with exactly what the fees entail and details around them. We're going to do a quick summary of what we're talking about as far as fees we're going to be touching and the fees we're not going to be touching. And then we'll go into a specific deep dive on each one of the items you can see listed there: development assumptions, the structure of fees, parks, library, general government, fire facilities, traffic, water and sewer, storm drainage, and the affordable housing in lieu. So first and foremost, what is a development impact fee? Development impact fees are created under AB 1600, the Mitigation Fee Act, that spells out exactly what the rules of what we can and can't pay for with impact fees, what they're allowed to be spent on, what they're not allowed to be spent on, and the rules as far as what the cities need to do on the administrative side as well. So they're one-time fees that new development pays. This is not on existing development to mitigate their impacts. The fees can only fund capital costs. They can't be used to fund any existing deficiencies. The cost share is based on a rational nexus test. The funds must be used for the project to which they're intended. And if the funds are not spent in the way they're designed, they must be returned. And then as far as the administrative side, there's an annual and 5-year reporting requirement for each one of those fees. And I'm sure there's going to be questions and stuff. So when we get to that, feel free to ask later on if you jot down your questions as we go. So the big items to talk about is there's different fee categories. The current development impact fees include affordable housing, the wastewater retrofit, water connection, fire sprinkler connection, water meter installation, sewer connection, traffic impact fees, park impact fees, and annexation. We are not going to, we're not proposing to change anything for water meter installation, commercial affordable housing, or annexation fees. The annexation fees are if a area outside of the city wanted to annex into the city, that is the fee they pay for the infrastructure system they're buying into. So just so everybody knows that one. We're going to be updating the fees for the residential affordable housing, parks, water, wastewater, and traffic. And we're going to be adding new fees for general government facilities, fire facilities, library, and storm drainage. Okay, so this is the first kind of point of discussion that we're going to be going on is the development assumptions. So if everybody has had a chance to review the memos that we had circulated last week, there's some details in there if you want to get a little more granular. This kind of gives an overview. The city has adopted in the general plan their 2035 assumptions for development. That's from the EIR. That's usually the most intense development assumptions available, and they usually don't really match up to what is probable. So that's one of the reasons we can't necessarily, we don't want to use that assumption. If we're off on the development assumptions, we can over or under collect on the fees, which will, and in this case, with the overestimation of units, we would under collect on fees and underfund our infrastructure in the city going forward. Things to keep in mind. So some of the reasons we proposed lowering the limit to the numbers on the right-hand column, you can see that the city has a development cap of 50 new permits per year. And that does not include, or that includes the ADU units. I believe there's a specific way in the way that carries forward that Carrie could probably answer a little better than I can, because I always forget because I get confused on that one. And then the city annually currently only issues between 5 and 15 permits for non-ADU units a year. So the idea of thinking we're going to build, 750 units in the next 15 years is probably a little higher than is a reality. And also a lot of the EIR assumptions include some annexation areas that are probably not likely to happen. So did anyone want to have a specific comment on this item, or because I can go forward to the other slides? I just, with the information in front of you, it might be the best way to ask now.
I have a question about just maybe Director Svanstrom can best just clarify the ADU factoring into the development cap.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. So we do have a limit of 50 new dwelling units per year. There are a number of permits that are not subject to the yearly cap, but they do all count towards the 750 total cap of our growth management ordinance through 2035. And so the ADUs, affordable housing units, deed restricted affordable housing, and I believe there's one other type. I think it might be senior housing units, but I'm not sure. But they don't count towards the 50 unit cap, but they do count towards the overall 750 units. The reason for that is that our growth management is based on the limitations of our infrastructure. And even though an affordable housing unit isn't, we don't want to restrict or prevent those from being built, but they do obviously take part of the capacity of the overall infrastructure.
This is Commissioner Haug. And I have a question because once again, I'm constantly harping on ADU units and vacation rentals because because our goal is preserve housing stock here. And if the Sebastopol Inn is converted into a homeless shelter, then we will lose additional hotel rooms. So my question is, has there been any discussion about if a person has their development fees waived because they're building an ADU and then they turn around and either use the ADU or their home as a vacation rental? Is there a way that we could go back and collect fees on the ADU that are equivalent to a hotel, based like depending on how many people the vacation rental would serve?
So I can answer that one, Nick. The answer is no for ADUs. They are restricted by state law, whether or not you can charge development impact fees for them. And we, as I think Nick will get into once we're through the overall presentation, is one of the reasons that the proposed 2040 assumptions is looking at 200 units is because we know a number of the 328 units will likely be ADUs that we can't charge development impact fees on. So to look at what, if we're allocating the cost of the whole and we can't allocate them to ADUs, we've subtracted a certain portion of the units to account for that. Commissioner Haugen, in response to your question, no, we cannot charge them for ADUs. The single family house absolutely already paid their impact fees when it was constructed. Or if you have a new unit and an ADU that's constructed at the same time, the new dwelling unit, the single family home, is subject to the impact fees.
So
in terms of vacation rental, that is controlled through the vacation rental policy, not through a development impact fee study.
All right, so there's no way to recoup. So even though someone's running basically a hotel out of their private property, there's no way you can recoup what you would ask a traditional developer in terms of impact.
It is still considered a residential use. So there's as a residentially zoned property. And so it's really inherent in the vacation rental policy to control whether or not that use is allowed. And I don't know in terms of the actual fee question, whether Nick or Allison are able to answer that without a bit of research.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Fritz. I just wanted to say that, all these numbers still seem a bit optimistic in terms of development for Sebastopol. We're not known for a community that really develops a whole lot. So even in the next 20 years, the thought of having another 200 single family homes just seems really unlikely to me. Actually, the multifamily may not be so unlikely. There's a couple of potentially larger projects that have been discussed. So I could see maybe getting to that 375 multifamily units, but the single family units, I don't know. It just seems like that's maybe a bit optimistic. And even in the office, commercial, industrial, those all seem like they still might be a little high. I don't know. We don't do a whole lot of that kind of development here either. I know it's looking at 20 years, but so I don't know. Maybe it's right. I don't know how you kind of put a number on that. It just seems a little more. I lived here for 18 years, and I will say there's definitely not been 100,000 square feet of retail development in the past 18 years. And I don't see a big rush to do a whole lot more retail development in the next, coming years either. So I don't know. Maybe you can give some feedback on how you come up with these numbers, but just kind of off the top of my head, they seem all a little bit high.
So the source of the numbers came from, like I said, the EIR. There was a land use projection done by another consulting group that looked at the maximum intensity of the city's ability to hold new development. Like you said, it's the question of what is considered likely versus possible. In a full build out scenario with everything being completely built out and it looks like Paris where it's 5 stories up all the way around or something, yeah, that's possible in 20 years. You're right, it probably isn't, but that's one of the reasons we're coming here to run this by everybody on the meeting.
So, I mean, that's my feedback on this table. I would say the multifamily might be the most realistic. The hotel might be realistic. You know, we have a 70 unit hotel that's, you know, hopefully coming online, you know, start construction soon. So that could be possible. The multifamily might be possible. The rest of them, I think, might be a bit high, in my opinion.
Right, and just to note, I believe Nick's going to go through the presentation and then come back to each of these discussion issues after public comment and any questions from the commission to get the actual, you know, in-depth discussion about, well, how should we adjust it and that type of thing. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he was asking for some comments now.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. I apologize. Okay, moving to the next item. And one of the items we're going to be talking about is the residential fee structure, where our some residential fees, or all fees are structured. The residential fees are typically charged on a per unit basis with, like we'd mentioned, ADUs being exempt from that. Non-residential fees are charged on a per square foot. For non-hotel uses, hotel uses are charged on a per room basis. And then for water and sewer fees, it's charged based on the size of the water meter or the water line coming into the property, where it's usually the best guess of how much water demand they're actually going to create in the city. And then the current city fees discount fees based on bedroom count and unit size if the unit is under 1,500 square feet. That's one of the things we wanted to discuss as an option for different ways to potentially structure that. And then, like we'd said before, state law doesn't allow impact fees on units under 750 square feet. So if there's nobody with a jumping out question, I can keep moving on. I just don't want to cut everybody off. They have something like each, you know, they really want to ask right now. So. All right, the first thing we're going to dive into is the park fees. The current general plan standard for parks in the city is 5 acres per 1,000 new residents. That is currently being provided by the city. It's actually exceeding that, and the city provides 75% of those acres as active parkland and 25% of those acres as open space. And our assumption going forward is that new development will maintain the same ratio of the same 5 acres per 1,000 residents, and they will pay 100% of their own way. And then you see the discussion items we're going to bring up later is that is the same ratio of open space and active parks going to maintain? And then will new development still fund the exact same 5 acres at their full cost? Next items, library facilities, general government, and fire facilities. These are the new fees we're proposing to add. Library facilities are based on the county standard. There's 0.6 square feet per new resident, so that cost of a new library would just be multiplied by the cost of the number of square feet per residence, and that's how you develop that fee. The general government and fire facilities fees use the existing value of things like, you know, for general government, it's City Hall, it's public works facilities, it's all the offices and things like that that are valued by the city, and fire facilities, obviously the cost of the fire station and all associated vehicles. That cost is divided by the existing service population, which is a blend of population and employees within the city, to determine that everyone who comes in is going to pay the same amount that essentially everybody has already paid for within the city. These ones don't really have a lot of methodology discussion for the Planning Commission because they're just kind of mathematical. But if anyone had any major comments, obviously we're more than happy to address those. The next item is the traffic fee. The last study was done in 2002, I believe, and it relied on data from the ITE manual in 1997. That methodology is, as I'm sure you can imagine, out of date. The new ITE rates came out in 2018, eliminated several of the categories, and also some of the categories that we had before for trips aren't applicable in the city more, like a drive-through restaurant you can't build, so there's no sense in having a drive-through restaurant fee. Other items, we're going to combine some of them because it is, you know, how do you define what is a specialty retailer versus a general retailer? And it makes the planning commission's, or excuse me, the planning counter's job much easier. So we're going to be looking into input if anybody feels like this is too many categories, too few categories, and each one of these has an associated trip generation rate. There's also the option of turning it into just a fee per trip. So any new land use that would come in would be have the trip rate applied based on the ITE manual, and that's just a formulaic approach as well. If that's something that might make the best fit for everyone. The next items are the water and sewer fees. we're updating the fees to match the new development planned within Public Works. The fees will be charged based on meter size, which is the best estimate of how much water a project is going to use, is how much the water meter coming in is. And for this, like all single family projects have the exact same fee. It's a 3/4 inch water line. So this one again is pretty straightforward. There's not a huge amount of I guess discussion involved in methodology on it. So that this is kind of like the standard way to do it. The next item is one that I'm going to assume we're going to have a little bit of discussion on, at least, is the storm drainage. Again, is a new fee. Funds, I'll call it the storm drainage infrastructure that's required in the city to take the runoff away. And there is different ways to charge this fee. It all is roughly equivalent to the amount of impervious area in a land use. So you say, oh, an average single family home has a certain percentage of the area that's under roof and patio and driveway. Area no longer absorbs water, and we can get granular and charge it on per square foot. So when a project comes in, we have some of the planning counters say, okay, you're putting in this large of a driveway, this much roof space, this big of a patio in the back, and that can encourage things like, you know, green development with, you know, making an impervious driveway or an impervious backyard. You know, a DG backyard patio is going to absorb more water than a concrete patio, and that does help with the encouraging, you know, less impactful development. Or if a large project comes in and they're going to mitigate their own stormwater, that is something that we can account for in the other in the basis where we use a per square foot base. The per unit basis is still roughly like that, but it is much simpler at the planning counter. So there's just some variation there as far as options and how we go about doing this one. And then the affordable housing in lieu update. This last study was done in 2006. The ordinance was updated in 2018. So the current in lieu housing fee doesn't actually match the city's ordinance. So we would update the affordable housing fees, the in lieu fees, to match the ordinance, because the city currently requires, like if you have a fractional unit where you owe me 1.5 affordable units with a development, you could only pay the in lieu fee for the 0.5 units. You still owe the one whole unit. So it's not going to completely replace the way affordable housing is handled in the city. It's just for smaller or for odd sized projects. But with the fee not matching the ordinance, we're updating that to make it match. And again, this one's mathematical. It is based on what the area median income is defined as by the county or by HUD for the county, and then what is the cost of development within the city. And then it's just a mathematical equation from there. So it's not a huge methodology approach here. It just takes the three pieces of what's affordable, what the cost of development was, and what the city's requirements are. And then after we're done discussing the points tonight, you can see what the next steps are. We're going to receive some input. We're going to finalize the fees, hopefully bring those back in about a month. And then we'll bring that with a comparison to the neighboring jurisdictions. Once everybody has agreement on what the draft fees look like versus the neighboring areas, we can finalize the Nexus study, and that would go forward to City Council. And if that gets adopted, the new fees can be in effect in 60 days after that date. So I know I brought up a lot of stuff. Here's a quick recap of the items we're talking about, and I can jump back to whatever slide if someone has some specific questions or. Apologize for the amount of info and how fast that comes out.
Okay, any questions for the presenter? And then we'll go to public comment after we've gone through those questions. Just Director Swanstrom, if you could just reiterate our goal for tonight and going forward for the next meeting would be helpful, I think.
Sure, and so the intent tonight isn't to talk about what the actual numbers are going to be. To get there, we need some input on some of the development assumptions, like as Vice Chair Fritz had started to comment on, well, I really don't think we're going to be building that much commercial space in the age of Amazon, and we haven't done it in the last 18 years, you know, that kind of assumption, so that we can get as accurate a numbers as we can for some of them, and then for others, you know, look at the policy considerations of, you know, how do you want to apply the stormwater fee? That is a fee that after our last level of service report, the City Council had requested that staff work to implement. So, what makes sense both in terms of the general plan as well as the practicality of it and getting the input from the commission on those items. We'll then return once Harrison Associates has taken those assumptions, done the adjustments, and done the fee calculation. So the next meeting with Harrison Associates, you will see, okay, here's, and I believe we attached to the staff report the impact fee, the current impact fee schedule, so you can get a feel for how it's currently structured and what those fees are. They'll be introducing what the updated fees would be for discussion with the commission.
Thank you.
I have just a question about this process. Is there a point in the process, and then particularly around residential development, where you look at what the fee impact will be on actual development happening? If the fee is too high and it discourages development, then, is that taken into account at some point in this process, or not, or, it is what it is, and if developers can't do it, they can't do it, or how is that addressed, I guess?
I can answer that question. So as far as usually the best way to determine if a fee is going to be detrimental to development is when you compare to your neighboring jurisdictions. If a developer has a choice of, let's say, looking at, Sebastopol or Cotati for a new development, and there's two essentially equivalent tracks for everything else, but the fees in Sebastopol were double, they're probably going to build in Cotati. Mm-hmm. From what our comparison looks like already, we've already done a preliminary. Your fees are going to come in at or below market for everybody else. So that shouldn't be a huge concern. That'll be zeroed in before our next meeting. Okay. There's not a way to exactly tell, if you charge an extra $3,000 in a traffic fee, is it going to cut back development by 1 unit a year? Yeah, that's too specific.
All right, and additionally, Vice Chair Fritz, the assumptions about the residential, how those fees are structured with the discount for smaller units is one of the things that the city council, and I don't know if it came to the planning commission before city council, but that's one of the things that the city had looked at previously. So that was actually, that's part of tonight's discussion of, for those developments that are on the edge, well, if they just build slightly smaller units, do they get the break on the fees that helps them to make the project viable?
And I had a question on what about as far as fees that are passed on, like what you charge a certain amount and those fees are passed on either in other ways that makes it even more expensive to live in an area or purchase a house and so forth. I'm just wondering how you have any measurement of that or any comments about that?
So you're talking about if you raise a development fee, does that get passed on when the new house is sold?
Right.
Is that the question? Yeah. So I know we do have some developers here tonight. Some of them may want to comment on that. I'll let Nick talk about how that how that generally works, because I've had more experience in this realm.
If there's any developers, do we hold them for public comment, or do we? I don't know.
Yeah, we can hold off for. Well,
I don't have a problem. It's up to you guys. It's your.
Yeah, public comment. Yeah, when we hold off for public comment on that, okay. Unless they're part of your presentation.
No, nothing is scheduled from them from my end.
No, I'm my apologies. I did not note that we did invite at least a dozen or so developers that are have either done work in the city, or currently doing the work, or has expressed some other interest to try to engage them in this process as well. And I know I saw quite a few earlier in the meeting, and unfortunately, I think some of them may have disappeared given the length of the meeting.
Yeah, and is that the idea is for them to comment during public comment, or to, okay, all right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and I think we can continue to ask questions. We may have more questions come up when the public comment time. I don't have a problem opening up the public comment now, and then we can ask additional questions of the presenter unless anybody has an objection for that.
I have a question.
Hmm?
I have a question, Kathy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I have a Nick's document filling my whole screen, so I can't go back to my notes that I had made on my computer before. Could I request that Nick's screen be taken off my full view, or does someone know how I can do that to get back to my desktop?
I think if you minimize Zoom,
Yeah, you can minimize the Zoom screen and then you should go back to your desktop.
Oh, okay, thank you, that's done. Thank you.
And I also stopped sharing the screen for a moment. We'll go back to it once we go back to the discussion point, since it's basically just saying questions.
Okay.
I do have another general question just about, so when you're calculating this, or when you're assigning, a fee is assessed to a project for, say, a traffic impact fee, that fee is supposed to go to a specific traffic improvement project. Is that correct? Rather than just like a general traffic fund? So it can't be used necessarily for repairing potholes, but it can be used to install a new traffic light or something like that. Is that correct?
yeah, it can't be used to fund any maintenance items like repairing potholes or that type of item. It does go into a separate fund, traffic impact fee fund that is designed. It can only be spent on the list of projects that we have available with Public Works. So there's a list of, I don't remember how many traffic projects we've come up with. It can be spent on any one of those projects, but it can't be spent on anything outside of those projects. And some of the projects that are, a little bit of overdue, I guess you could say, some of them, we've allocated between new and old development so that new development pays, 50% of the cost for this new intersection because the city needs it. And there's other items that are, 100% the fault of any future development.
Mm-hmm.
That cost has already been allocated that way.
Got it. Thanks.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
I have one more question.
Mhm.
But looking over your notes, I see that sometimes you say that most cities or some cities, and our city is so small. How do we compare to the most cities or some cities in your mind when you look at this? Because we don't have that much building, so we don't raise that much money, and so that makes our fees look higher. I think we kind of talked about that before, but is your recommendation that we do what most cities do, or do we really have to look at something special for a smaller town?
As far as the idea of the most cities is that there's kind of a general practices around these type of items. Some of our smallest cities we worked with are half the size of Sebastopol, and some of the larger cities are 20-something times the size of Sebastopol. So they all kind of follow the same methodology for most of these items. Things like we discussed the traffic fee. You take the projects you have planned, which because you're a small city, you don't have that many projects and you're not dividing it by that many units. So it kind of balances out when it's all said and done.
Thank you.
I had a question on ADUs over 750 square feet and how they just factor into the calculation. Would that be the impact fee calculation for a single family residence, multifamily, and are they concurrent with the projections of units as well?
So the way that the ADU portion is charged is, for example, like a single family home is whatever, it's like 751 square feet, which nobody would realistically do, but let's just say they did. And the main house is 1,000 square feet. They would pay 75% of that fee, 75.1%, because that's the proportionate size of the main unit. That's to make the math easy. Obviously that example will never happen in real life. But then on a multifamily basis, it'd be based on the size of that as well. So in a large, 4-unit building or 20-unit building, if they want to put in one ADU, which I suppose is possible, it'd be done the same way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open for public comment at this point and ask those that want to comment, please indicate your desire to do so, and we'll limit it to 3 minutes.
Yes, and you can either raise your hand or use the chat window to let us know that you would like to make a comment. And I did not see any public comment, and we did, like, as I noted, Chair Fernandez, we did send out a link to the staff report and the meeting materials at the same time we sent it to the Planning Commission, and we have not received any written comments either.
Okay, and then they will have an opportunity to comment as well at our next meeting.
Yes, that's correct. We have the email list. It includes, people from the Barlow to the Davis townhomes, and the new owner of the Davis townhomes, the Huntley Square, this City Ventures. As like I said, we have an email list of those, and we'll continue to let them know about future meetings.
Okay. So, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for additional questions or comments.
Or is this the time that we're going to go through specific items, or where are we standing, at this point? Like, should we be discussing specific things, or are we still in a general kind of flow?
Yeah, if I may, I think because there are pretty specific pieces of information and feedback, either yes, no, or change this. Nick, if you could go back to slide 6 or 7, whatever, the start of the point of input where we need from the commissioners, and maybe go through each of those components separately so you get the input you need.
Yep. Hang on. Oh, wait.
The Vice Chair Fitch, I hope you've thought about what the office square footage should be, because we're coming back to you.
This is the first item we had up for discussion with everyone on the Planning Commission. Is, as Vice Commissioner Fritz said, this is too high. Any input we could have, anything is appreciated. Because especially post-COVID, like you said, I don't know how much retail space is going to be getting built over the next 10 years.
Right, and when we looked at this, we looked a little bit at office and retail space that had been built in the last 10 years. And so I think for retail, I think the components of it, there was some from the Barlow, obviously, that came in for that. That was all commercial or industrial, not office, but that is and then the more recent projects are the Exchange Bank, which is about 3,000 or 4,000 square feet, the CVS and associated building where pizzas. And I think, Nick, I don't know if you have your notes in there, but I think that kind of totaled about 20,000 square feet for those, the CVS and the Exchange Bank projects.
Yeah.
Just to give us sort of a frame of what is, 10,000 square feet kind of look like. That's what 20,000 square feet looks like.
Would this include, take something like Redwood Marketplace? What if they were to rebuild the old CVS site? That would be square footage similar? I mean, that would apply because it's rebuilt?
So usually, sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Or does it have
I would
to
say,
be-
is that a grocery store? I don't know how to answer that question.
Yeah, it's a shopping area. So basically, if you have a vacant retail space that someone tears down and then rebuilds, how do you account for that square footage?
So if the old square footage was, say 20,000 square feet, and they demolished it and put a 50,000 square foot project on there, it would count on our end as 30,000 square feet, only the increase.
Yeah, because it seems to me,
Home and sorry, go ahead.
it seems to me like we could over the next 10, 20 years get that kind of development on existing properties, especially some of our shopping centers.
I agree with Commissioner Ottinger that the Redwood Marketplace would be a prime development for mixed use with multifamily units above and shopping below. And that's personally, on a personal level, that's what I would like to see is more infill that mixes commercial and residential, especially along our traffic corridors. I don't know how, we as a city can support that, but I would say that that is what I, feel that we should be looking at is more infill in high areas that already have our traffic corridors and accessible to the Joe Rodota and other amenities within the city core. One, for environmental purposes, and two, just for smarter, more dense community and to make resources more available to people from a variety of income levels. So I don't know if that, so I guess what I'm saying is I don't know if that commercial retail is, it might need to be adjusted, but if we are able to pursue that type of development, then we could potentially have more retail space if we can build more densely, because the denser your population is, the more retail you can support.
And I have a question on, I know we have a fee structure also for any remodels or building over, I believe it's 25,000 square feet. Is that correct?
So for remodels, those would generally just go through either a building permit if it's just internal, or if they're changing the exterior. And I know we do have a proposal from the Beal Group to renovate the old Round Table building. But their square footage is not changing. If anything, I think it's actually going down a little bit because they're adding an elevator to the building. So they're actually taking out the square footage. So that type of thing. Again, as Nick said, if there was an addition of square footage, then that would be the additional square feet would be subject to this fee. But any renovations where it's just repurposing existing square feet, that would not be subject to the development impact fees. Unless it was something that was of a lower category and it was changing use, like the Barlow was repurposed from industrial to retail. So if there's a different, or from, one to another where it's a higher intensity with more trips, then we as staff look at what that change of use impact is in terms of the sort of, again, the net change.
Because I'm thinking of I made the back of my mind, some impact or some kind of a fee or impact fee for either development or over a certain amount of square footage. And I'm sorry, I just, it's not coming up in my database from the last 10 years, but I know it's something about that, but maybe I can research that and come back to that. I think perhaps the 90 rooms of the hotel might be a little, I think, under estimated. I think that I could see that being possibly a higher number.
So, and for that one, the Hotel Sebastopol is 66 rooms. So that's, the 90 rooms. I'm not sure why exactly we set on 90 versus 100.
I think we took 173 and netted off a project and then rounded up to the next number because we want to give a little bit of leeway, and we can boost that if there's a reasonable possibility. And also, I do want to make sure everyone's aware, these are not like set in stone for the next 20 years. So if in a couple of years we find out there's been no retail development and there's been a ton of interest in hotels, we can kind of reopen it up and adjust as needed. So this isn't going to be set and left alone. The set it and forget it is definitely not.
Yeah, and this we'll be able to see how it translates into, a single family unit that's being built, X number of square footage. This is what the fee is going to result in, and same thing per hotel room. What literally is each room going to be added as far as cost or so forth?
Right, and it's it'd be per square foot for the commercial office.
Per square. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. or per
Right.
thousand, because it's normally the way you look at it is per thousand square feet. Others, the fee is, 20 cents or something.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to kind of put my head around that. And I think that once I can kind of relate to, okay, here's a house of this size or commercial this size or a room, and this is what the proposal fee is, this is what it's going to translate into cost wise. And I think for me anyway, that I can makes a little bit more sense, but maybe at the next medium. So I know we're not looking at that right now.
Right. This is really aimed at what do you think is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, looking to 2040, but over the next 5 to 10 years is really when because we update these fees every 5 years, that gives us a little chance to go back and say, hey, you know what? Hotel construction, the financing is completely dried up. Nothing's happening other than the one we got, or hey, there's been a resurgence, and we may actually, looking at pending projects and interest, we may actually want to increase that number.
Okay. And are there other, so we're going to go kind of then to the next slide and just kind of take comments as we go per.
I have a few more comments on this slide, if I may. I just think that first and foremost, I tend to agree with Vice Chair Fritz in that the single family might be a little high from first inclination, and with Chair Fernandez that 90 rooms for the hotel might be a little bit low. In general, I think this looks good, and I think the ADU portion of it sort of brings up another way of thinking about it. If there's an ADU over 750 square feet and that counts as a single family unit in terms of the fee structure, I think that, because you think 200 single family units in Sebastopol, that seems unrealistic with our urban growth boundaries and just the amount of space that we have for that type of development. But I think that if the ADU rules change to be competitive with other jurisdictions in the county, namely just having that portion that we can actually charge fees for increasing. Currently, the cap is at 850 square feet, and courtesy of Mr. Montez, I've also looked at some of the statistics on ADUs over the past couple of years. And since the laws have become more lenient on ADU development, we've actually seen the numbers go down gradually. And I think that there could be more work on the city's behalf to increase the amount of ADUs as non-deed restricted informal affordable housing, naturally occurring affordable housing. But Santa Rosa has a cap of 1,200 square feet, where it's much more plausible to be able to build a 2-bedroom ADU, for example, than you might be able to with 850 square feet. So I definitely think that with the amount that state laws have been changing is a promising area for the city to look at on increasing revenue over the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, when likely we will continue to see a decrease in retail and these other revenue streams for impact fees from development. So I think ADUs can be a really promising way to make that up. And I definitely don't think 200 single family units as they have been developed since the 1940s is plausible, but 200 ADUs I think might be. Just to clarify, that would be about 10 a year. So that's really right on ballpark. Even if there were no more single family units developed, I think that might actually be a conservative estimate for the amount of ADUs put on single family homes.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, thank you, Commissioner Lindenbush, to consider is what are most people building? Are they building? And I do know we have some that are over the 800, or certainly over the 750 square feet in the pipeline. The majority that I've seen are in the 500 to 750 range, though, so they wouldn't really be associated with this. We do allow up to 1,000 square feet for a 2-bedroom ADU, and that's a state law, so that's everywhere in the state. I was going to say in the country, but we're not our own country quite yet.
Some people think we are.
So yeah, there is but I don't think for the development fees that necessarily calculating those in because of the proportion. What we did is and Nick and I sort of talked about it and reduced the 328 down to 200, thinking, well, if 128 of those, even if you built them all, if 128 of them are ADUs and 2 of them were single family, but I'm certainly hearing, and I think it may make sense to adjust the single family number down, because most likely more of them are going to be, you know, ADUs actually.
Great, thank you.
And the other comments on this? I don't want to cut anybody off.
So can I add a comment? I'm sorry if my lighting's really badly. Is there any consideration on possibly identifying maybe, you know, the impact fees on a single family house based on the square footage? And I'm sorry to kind of chime in as staff, but I'm just.
That's actually our next discussion point.
Right.
Good segue. But before we move on, I want to make sure we have any, and if anyone has any specific numbers that they think, you know, for single family or hotels or retail that
I would downgrade the commercial, retail, and the office because I think we're in a very unpredictable moment in terms of development in California. And due to climate change and other considerations, developers might be looking at also, you know, issues around infrastructure. So I think we're in an extremely unpredictable moment. And, you know, given the fact that we just are entering fire season right now, and it is, you know, August, I would say that if you're I just am feeling that we're in a very unpredictable moment given the pandemic and also, you know, recent evidence of climate change. Yeah, I would not necessarily feel confident in those numbers. So I would take them down by, you know, at least 20%.
So to 80,000 square feet for each.
And I don't know, is the industrial, like, you know, is that, just to clarify, is that processing of, you know, like, would that be, you know, a spirit maker in the Barlow, or is that like a canning factory?
Both would be considered. And I know this commission has actually seen a couple of those industrial applications. One on Abbott Avenue for cannabis production and distribution. I think they had a small addition plan, so that would count towards this, you know, I think that was 2,000 square feet or so. Actually, it may have been more because I think we're adding an internal floor to reshape the space. So that would be, if they're adding a floor that's, even if it's internal, it's considered new square footage, you know, taking a double height space and making it 2 floors. So this would include stuff along Morris, on the east side of Morris Street, actually the east and west side of Morris Street. I don't think there's a lot of potential on the west side, which is both the Barlow and the existing office, industrial, and development where Coach's Corner and whatnot is. But there are some vacant parcels on the east side of Morris Street and some areas that could be intensified. And then there's another vacant parcel on Abbott, which we have seen in the past couple of years. We've had a couple of pre-application conferences from people interested in potentially purchasing and developing that. And then there's the light office industrial up on the north side of town where O'Reilly is. I don't anticipate that being developed as such. They had a final phase for that, which, you know, from the 2000 approval, which never came to fruition and is currently being looked at potentially for housing.
Okay, and on the south side of town, is that industrial as well?
So the area on the south side of town, so our city limit is, oh, I'm gonna get this wrong, Kathy, because I know you're on Fircrest. It sort of jogs a little bit. There's portions of Fircrest where the north side, like where Fircrest Market is in the city limits, but the south side is not of that road. And then the stuff down by the what do you call it? The rental place and whatnot. That's all in our sphere of influence, but it is not in the city limits. And if you, Nick and I looked at the EIR, and yes, there is a certain amount of square footage associated with industrial if that area in the sphere of influence was to be annexed. But we decided, because there's a lot of hurdles, including lack of sewer and all sorts of infrastructure that would need to be studied, we decided not to include that in this study. So the 59,000 from the EIR and the 50,000 assumption is all within the city limits. So it doesn't include the south side stuff.
All right, I would potentially downgrade that as well to 45,000 square feet. And I'm just saying this because I think if you're trying to look at projections in terms of funding, it's better to come in a little under than to have than to think, you know, that you might be getting funding which will never materializes.
Sure. And Nick and Allison, I don't know, I know there's a dynamic, I don't know if you have any thoughts about it, between if you lower your development assumptions too much, it raises the fee so much that things are more difficult and less likely to develop. I don't know if you have a sense of with these numbers where we are in that range.
Without redoing the math and pulling up an Excel spreadsheet, I couldn't tell you what a 20% reduction on the office and retail. I know specifically retail, because of the higher trip usage in the retail commercial square footage, the more you lower that fee, the more it raises the traffic fee on everybody else, because that normally kind of eats a big portion of the fee. If I remember right, the traffic fee, our recalculation is not horribly high, and it doesn't actually change much versus what the current fee is. So you could take a little bit more out of those square footage without making a material difference, but the more you kind of lower the development assumptions, the more it does raise the fee everywhere else. But you can't go to the point just to try and collect additional fees. You can't kind of, I guess, make up numbers that you know are also way, way too low, just hoping to collect more money.
Right, and it does sound like we're talking about increasing the hotel numbers. I don't know if there's, 100 or 110 makes sense. 110 is basically double the Hotel Sebastopol, which to me in the next 20 years, given where hotels are right now, financial wise, is the upper limit of what I personally would probably foresee for it, but I'm not sure if the commissioners have other thoughts on that.
I mean, I would say that, if the Hotel Sebastopol is 66 units, I could see another similarly sized hotel in the next 20 years. So, I could see maybe 120 hotel rooms in 20 years, or 20 years.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And then for this single family, is like 175.
Sure.
I'm just throwing it out there. And it basically, with the 328, kind of splits it between ADUs and single family in terms of that number, the broader number.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with 175 and then leave the multifamily. I could see maybe that being okay.
Yeah, and if the city's trying to encourage infill development with residential over retail or commercial, that's, that makes your commercial number more viable, but it also means that those are going to be multifamily units, not single family.
Yeah.
And also I'm wondering what the impact of the fact that we went from allowing 3-story buildings to 4, if that has an effect, or if that's taken into consideration.
Yeah, so the EIR assumptions are going to be based on density, which is a number of units per acre, which how they format that number of stories is not necessarily going to change because they still have a density limit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So do we have a general, I give a recap just to see if everybody's on the page. If we have more than one opinion, obviously, but these are the numbers I'm going to use to make my calculations coming into next meeting with you guys. If we move the single family from 200 units to 175, leave multifamily the same. Commercial retail moves from 100,000 square feet to 80,000 square feet. Office, 100,000 square feet to 80,000. Industrial from 50,000 to 45,000, and hotels from 90 units to 120. It's kind of the general consensus. Obviously, we can continue to discuss it. See if everyone's on the same page, we can go forward with that.
I still just have the same concern with just the single family and ADU thing, moving it down to 175. And if it's more on the 15 per year side of things, then that number could be up to 300, assuming no single family homes whatsoever. So I just don't want to downgrade that number too much.
So, but just to be clear, this is, and maybe we can clarify, Nick, in our note that the development assumptions are 200 non-ADU units or
Okay.
175 non-ADU units, because we can't charge fees for ADU units, so we can't include them in the calculations, or for the vast majority, we're not going to be able to. And if for those that we are, it's going to be only a portion of the fee.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because if you're taking basically the total units that you can charge a fee on and the total cost of the project, you don't want to include the ADU units that you can't charge a fee on, or you'll end up underfunding the fund.
And we also might have a better image when we go back to update this in 5 years. If we're off by even pretty decent, because like there's not a huge amount of growth. If we're off by a little bit in our assumptions, if it instead of assuming 10 units a year, actually in the next 5 years we're building 12 units a year of single families, regular permitted, we can adjust that in the next update and kind of go forward. We might have a better idea if there are these larger ADUs coming in. We'll have a better idea of what those look like. Right now, it would be at best a guess.
Got it. Let's call it good then.
Okay, so if we have consensus on that, this is the part where we discuss some other biggies with discounting fees for small units, small residential unit. Currently, it's based on a bedroom and square foot kind of hybrid model where I think it's 800 square feet for a 1 bedroom, 1,200 square feet for a 2 bedroom, and 1,500 square feet for a 3 bedroom. If you build a unit below that size, you get a discount proportionate to whatever one, for every square foot below 1,500, you get 1/1500th of the fee off. That's currently how it's structured. That was adopted in 2018. There is the option of adjusting this model to be a per square foot fee instead of a discount off of that number. We can adjust the number from 1,500 square feet, raising that, lowering that to incentivize even smaller units. But if you raise that to, for example, 2,000 square feet, which is probably closer to what most single families come in at, you would, in theory, incentivize 1,700 square foot construction. Whereas now, if you build a 1,501 square foot house, it's the same fee if you build 1,501 square feet or 3,000 square feet. And depending on what the goals of the the future of the city look like, if it is for smaller units, you can modify it that way. And then structuring it, either building it per fee or per square foot, or discounting off of a kind of ceiling rate. I know that's a lot to take in, so I apologize.
So did people get the first 750 square feet for free?
No, that's only for ADUs.
Even though you can for an ADU?
Yeah, so the ADU has to adjoin an existing or planned residential unit. So your first unit, the one single family, let's say it's over 1,500 square feet, is going to pay the full fees. And then the ADU would be, if it's under 750 square feet, is no impact.
Yeah, I was just joking. I just think this ADU thing is really amazing. But my actual question is, does this apply to developers, or is this applying to individuals who just want to build a house, or both?
Both.
Okay, and is there a reason why we'd want to encourage developers to make smaller units, given the fact that we have a shortage of affordable family housing in the city?
In theory, smaller units are, fewer square feet is cheaper to build. So you can't make a unit affordable if every house coming out is 2,500 square feet and it's $500 a square foot. Every house coming out is $1 million. If you can build a bunch of 1,000 square foot houses and it's still $500 a square foot, it's $500,000.
Right, and for reference, there are an awful lot of 1,200 square foot 3 bedrooms house. I used to live in one, so it's 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and they're not big bedrooms, but it is that doesn't mean that you can't get a family house out of a 1,500 square foot. That's a pretty reason. And Vice Chair Fritz, I know you're an architect and deal with this a lot. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can certainly get a 3-bedroom house comfortably in 1,500 square feet, and I think it's good. Personally, I feel it's good for the city to encourage smaller units, because I think that does make it more naturally affordable, and I think we need more of that. I think just with the cost of construction today, I mean, an average house size of 2,000 square feet, you know, when you factor, you know, yeah, like the cost of construction is going to be $350 a square foot at least. So you're looking at, you know, minimum just $700,000 of construction costs for an average house. So I think the more we can do to encourage smaller house sizes, the better. And I don't know what the best methodology for doing that is, if it's a discounted rate or if it's just a per square foot rate. I don't have a sense of what's the best way, but personally, I think it's in the city's best interest to encourage smaller units, and however the best to accomplish that with the development impact fee structure, I would be in favor of that.
So it seems like, so this is really based, then it seems like it's really, you're trying to apply it to developers if you're trying to encourage a larger, like someone to come in and build a bunch of smaller units that are more affordable versus the individual who is bought a piece of land and they're going to put a house on it and it's going to be their own custom house, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, in theory, we're incentivizing both, but yeah, more than likely it's going to be a developer building the small, you know, townhouse project, or, you know, getting into smaller, more efficient multifamily units, giving discounts for things like that is probably where you're going to find more value in this than trying to, you know, somebody who bought a half acre of land who's looking to build a custom home that they're going to, you know, that's a different situation. You're probably not going to capture any efficiency there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And that's probably, I mean, obviously someone could come in and absolutely take advantage of the discount on fees.
So I'm wondering whether it could really be revenue neutral if the difference between the square footage and on a graduated scale versus, I mean, the square footage on a set unit versus the graduated scale of the different sizes or bedrooms. How does that work out? Are they, I guess it depends on what they build and what developers come forward, but I'm wondering whether it makes a whole lot of difference. Do you have examples where you could show that it is actually revenue neutral, or doing it one way or the other makes it more expensive to build? I mean, I have questions whether, you know, what we're really discussing here, what are the differences really, and what the revenue will result in. That makes sense.
As far as the kind of revenue neutrality versus of the two options, if you look at the way it's set up now, if someone's building a 1,700 square foot house or a 3,000 square foot house, the amount of impact fee revenue is going to be the exact same. Plan check fees, those type of other costs associated with it are going to be different. Or if they install a larger water meter, for instance, because they're doing a lot of landscaping or something like that, they would pay a larger fee for that. That's kind of a weird example, but as far as like if someone's going to come in and build a whole bunch of 2-bedroom, you know, 700 square foot or 800 square foot, you know, small apartments, that discount would be, I guess, at the end of the day, it's going to be a little bit of a judgment call as far as which one's going to generate more revenue. If we do set up the fee to be a per square foot basis, that is kind of the new trend in impact fees, that's another way to encourage versus kind of discounting off of a number. You just kind of build up based on the size of the unit. I don't believe I've ever seen a study that shows it actually encourages smaller units because, you know, as we heard, development costs are $350 a square foot and impact fees are $25 or $30 a square foot. You're not going to make a material. If someone's going to build a large house, they're going to build a large house.
So
although,
you can go.
Oh, so what I was going to say is one of the questions that I had, which I believe is highlighted in the memo more than here, is which if you're just charging for every, which is how school fees are generally structured, for each square foot you pay a certain amount. One of the things that would actually resolve that I was struggling with was, okay, so you have someone who builds a small single family home. you're discounting it, and that is basically needs to be supplemented from somewhere else, the general fund or some other fund, to pay for, to complete the fund so that you can fund the projects that you need to do. What happens if that person then does an addition at some point in time, and now it's a bigger home, right? So maybe they double in size, or they are doing something like that. And how do we track that? And I know from 2017 forward, we have not been tracking that. So anyone who, hopefully there aren't too many people listening, but for anyone who built a small home and got a discount, if they come back in and do, if they had 1,000 square feet, now they want to add 1,000 square feet, they wouldn't be subject to any development impact fees. But one of the questions that and one of my recommendations would be is, if we're giving this discount, we are implementing an online permitting and tracking system. We'll be able to track these, track which units got discounts over time. And if they do come back and do an addition, then there's a chance to recoup that at that time. And in some ways that makes things more affordable, because if you're building something more modest because that's what you can afford, and later you're able to do an addition, you're able to sort of defer those fees until that time. If you just do it on a straight square footage, each square foot is a certain amount, that sort of, would you then apply it to, additions to existing single family homes? And Nick and Allison, you can confirm whether or not that's possible or not, whether or not that's legal to do. But certainly for the smaller units, discounting moving forward, it'd be easy to apply.
I like that idea. I mean, I like the idea of, encouraging a small unit. Yeah, you can just afford, it's kind of like, you're homesteading, you built your shack because that's what you could afford, and you need to build something, and then you add to it over time as you can afford to do, do an addition, and then you can afford to pay the additional fees at that time. And I think that is a reasonable and fair way to structure it.
So as far as the discounting option, then for like the example you just gave, you're building your small shack and you add to it over time. Once they do exceed that certain square footage, there wouldn't be any additional costs with that under the discounting model.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of once you hit that full impact fee, except for school fees, which are based on per square foot. And I think if it's under, is it 100 square feet? You don't pay additional, it doesn't trigger school fees again. I can't remember the
it's like 100 or 250. I can't remember quite what it is.
Yeah. So like really small projects, you don't pay the, whatever, it's like $4 a square foot or something in school fees. Or actually, I don't know what they are out there. They change, they're all different all over the state. Yeah. So on a per square foot basis, yeah, once you get past that discounted level of what's currently 1,500 square feet, so every addition after that would be no impact fee.
Mm-hmm.
So you're basically saying that you can build a small house for a discounted fee, and then you can add an addition with no additional fees?
Once you get, so we'll just make the, on a simple example, if you built a 800 or 750 square foot single family home, which is half of the 1,500 square foot floor that we have, you would pay half of whatever the impact fees we calculate to be. If you come back later, add additional 750 square feet, you get to the quote unquote full fee amount. And then if you built another 750 square feet after that, there would be no additional impact fees on anything over the 1,500 square foot mark. Does that make sense?
Because you've already paid the full fee that we've calculated.
Okay, so currently the full fee is based on 1,500. You can pay the full fee, which covers anything between 1,500 square feet and 3,000.
Anything over 1,500 square feet is the same fee. It's the same fee for a 1,500 square foot house as in theory, 10,000 square foot house.
Oh, well, why aren't we just charging per square foot then?
It's not how it was set up in 2018.
Well, it seems like obvious then you would just want to charge per square foot, because most people that are building are not building little tiny houses because it's totally expensive to build here and buy land. So if you're going to buy a house and land here, you're not building a shack because no one can afford to do that. Like I just saw a property in Grayton that was like 600 square feet that sold for $600,000. So if we're talking about this and we're only talking about 200 units, we might as well just get the full amount of fee structure. And I feel like because we're talking about developers versus individual homeowners, we need to parse out who we're talking about. So if you're talking about a developer then they also, if they are based, they have their costs. And if they're doing a huge project, impact fees are a very negligible amount of their project costs to them, then we should just do square footage.
As far as the way they're applied to an individual homeowner or developer, it's the same whether it's.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that to a developer who's getting bank financing, the development fees are very small. They're not going to be discouraged. If they feel like they can make money on a project, they're not going to be discouraged by impact fees because the amount of money that they're borrowing to fulfill their project far outweighs like the whatever $50,000 or $100,000 that we would end up, even if we're lucky to get that much in development fees.
But the developer just passes that on to the homeowner. The developer is not subsidizing the development fee.
Yeah.
So whatever the development fee is just gets passed on to whoever's renting or buying that unit. So
Correct, because they're using city services. So when you buy into a community, you're buying part of the infrastructure and somebody has to pay for it.
yeah. But I think it's still fine to discount, and encourage smaller units because those are going to be more affordable. And I think we need more affordable units in this city. And so encouraging developers, to do smaller units will, if they get a break on their development fees, they pass that break on to the eventual occupants of those units. And I don't know what Sebastopol, I don't know what exactly Sebastopol's numbers come out to, but they, some cities, they can add substantially. Maybe it could be $50,000 in development fees per unit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's here. I would just say if you're also encouraging smaller, then you just go square footage. I mean, that's like, I feel like we're trying to overly control the developers in the marketplace where developers are just using a spreadsheet. And affordable housing is going to, I feel, will come, if we really want affordable housing, we need housing grants and different methods of funding, different banking options. We need 40-year mortgages. We need like no interest down payments, but trying to control it through the developer side through impact fees, to me, does not seem like the way that I would go about it. So if we're just talking about this item, I would just say, we should just charge per square footage because the person who's building a big home is going to pay more in impact fees, and the developer might be encouraged to build smaller units because, if that even factors into their considerations, they will then maybe build smaller units.
Okay. So we can, when we come back next month, I can kind of bring maybe 2 examples of the way we could set this up and maybe give an A/B example. And I can obviously be working with Carrie pretty extensively, give a couple different options here, because the way it's currently set up does still encourage smaller units. Charging the fee per square foot is doable. It'd be based on what the kind of average house that's been built in Sebastopol over the last 5 years, what size does that average out to? That's kind of our average house going forward. And then we kind of build the fees around whatever that average looks like. With these programs, there is typically a ceiling. So in that example, of someone building a 10,000 square foot mansion, they're not going to pay, 5 times the fees of everybody else because they're not using 5 times the road, they're not using 5 times the parks, they're not using 5 times the water facilities. So there still has to pass what we call the nexus test, the rational nexus test. So we can structure it that way, but it's not gonna, there's still kind of a ceiling on it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me make my notes. Is that kind of the general agreement everyone has tried to structure it on a per square foot basis?
That's fine. Look at that.
Sounds good.
I'll make that note for myself. And then looks like we're gonna have a little bit of research to do, Carrie. Okay, and then as far as the other ones are concerned, we do charge the water and sewer fee based on the water meter size. That's the best kind of correlation we can find between the unit size and the amount of, or the unit size has nothing to do with it, sorry, between the water consumption is usually based on the meter size. You guys currently discount your water and sewer fees based on the square footage of the unit. You can continue doing that. As far as water and sewer infrastructure, you know, an 800 square foot house with 2 bathrooms uses probably about the same amount of water as a 2,000 square foot house with 2 bathrooms. So it doesn't necessarily pass the Nexus test. That's a call you can make. I would say, on my professional opinion, probably I would avoid it on the water and sewer ones, because those have kind of already a scaling built into them.
Mhm.
But you know, if that's
Right, in that larger homes would likely require a larger meter size. You know, they're not going to have a 3/4 inch size. They might have a 1 inch size.
correct.
So that's going to have a different fee associated with it.
And then as far as the scaling is concerned for projects like the Barlow, when they go from an industrial use to a brewery, like, you know, all the type of things in there, when they put in the really big water lines, they're going to pay a really big water fee. So it automatically has that kind of control built into it. Is that kind of a general agreement on that item as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I only see like 3 faces in one of them. I'm just trying to see. Okay. Okay. All righty. Okay. So our next item, park fees. Park fees are charged based on the 5 acres per 1,000, which then we take a housing population assumption to get a kind of fee per unit. So we figure out, we have the cost of land in Sebastopol, the cost of park development in Sebastopol, that's the cost per person, multiply that by the number of people we assume they're going to live in each individual house. That's how the fee is structured. The park fee, as our initial calculation they're showing, is going to go up 2.5 times. Because yeah, your face is exactly what I was
Our sewer fee is going down though, so that
yeah, net, it's those two kind of wash out for what it's worth. But that does go into the park fund, specifically set aside for park development. Yeah, you can take it as, there's some things we can't change. Your general plan standard is the 5 acres per 1,000. And the occupant density for how many people we assume are per house is from the US Census Bureau. So the only kind of things we can adjust on this one is what's the ratio of open space to active park, which depending on kind of the next 20 years in the city, how many more active, you know, playground style sports parks do you see being built versus the kind of opening it, you know, making better use of open space facilities you have, or acquiring new open space. Because what is currently at the city might not be the next 20 years. So we currently have that 75-25 split. And that we can move that ratio, and that will adjust the fee as well, depending on where, if you think the fee is too high or too low, that's one of the things we can talk about next time. But yeah, and this also doesn't account for anything in the future, like grants and all the other type of, you know, miscellaneous funding or the Park Foundation that you guys are talking about.
right. And this also, just to note, it cannot support maintenance or renovation. So like the Ives Park master plan, you know, can't be the park, and this is one of the fun things staff gets to do in terms of sorting through what we can and can't use the funds for. But you know, there are limits on new development versus other things, that other funds that we can use. This is really focused on acquisition of new park land and development of new park land. You can do development of new components in existing park land. So like the Burbank Farms Garden Park does not have a restroom. So adding a restroom to that is eligible for use of the Quimby Act funds.
Or things that are intensification of uses. So if you take a dilapidated playground structure, add 50% in size, you can accommodate 50% more people at an idea. Or you take a field and turn it into a baseball diamond, it's intensification of use. Those type of items are eligible. But again, with it being kind of a small city, how much more square footage are you really going to be taking on is kind of one of the things we're using as a discussion point.
I mean, it seems like, I mean, I know we have this 5 acres per 1,000, and I think we meet that currently. Is that correct?
You exceed it actually.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure where we would be acquiring new park land from. You know, we've got, you know, we're fairly built up within city limits. We have already kind of bought, you know, expanded some city parks beyond city limits, you know, and kind of annexed land to include, you know, the Meadowlark Field and the, you know, the Village Park, the Laguna Park down there. I don't know how much other parkland we see us buying.
So Vice Chair Fritz, I can maybe address that a little bit. So because we have done some recent acquisition, Tamagotchi Park on the east side of Park Village is one of our newest parks. The Skate Garden Park was a acquisition, and that would be considered the active parkland, obviously. I think there is, you know, without a master plan for parks, but I used to do that when I was a consultant before I came to the public sector. You know, my sort of thumbnail assessment of it is the south side of town. Definitely could use an active park where that would be, you know, would be appropriate, certainly. But I do see a need in that part of town. I think the sort of the central and north side with, you know, Raggle, Ives, and the youth park and the Skate Garden Park are pretty well situated in terms of active parks. And then for the open space, yes, we did just get the railroad forest. In fact, we're still in the process of annexing that into the city. But I think there is additional potential for parkland on that side of town, the Laguna side. I know there are some thoughts about, hey, could we expand the trail to kind of be further down? These fees are also eligible to help us develop, and you know, right now Railroad Forest is a bunch of Himalayan blackberries basically overgrowing all the native species, and there's no trails in it, and the Tamagotchi Park doesn't really have a trail from the Joe Rodetta connecting in. You know, those types of amenities can be paid for by this fee because it's a new construction and it adds to the network.
Can we build, so would we be able to possibly annex land through this to build more trails, like the Apple Blossom Trail or some of the other kind of multi-use trails that have been proposed at different points along the, you know, discussion of multi-use trails in Sebastopol?
Are you asking, can it be used for land acquisition as well? Yes.
Well, yes. I mean, but if we wanted to acquire the land for a multi-use trail or connector trail, would that be a use that we could use for these funds?
I believe so, and that's one where I'm going to go by the, you know, I haven't had our city attorney weigh on that, but I know Sonoma County has certainly had their legal team weigh in on it because they have a separation of cannabis uses for parks, and they have ruled that trails are parks. But you know, all of the trails that are the rails to trails and all those projects are part of the regional park trail system. They're, you know, they are a public amenity in that way. And so I would say, if, you know, if it's a bicycle lane or a pedestrian trail along a street, probably not. But if it is a, you know, rails to trails kind of a park project, and certainly if it's something through the Laguna connections that's connecting open space to open space, or trails through the open space, those are eligible.
Thank you.
I would also like to comment on the fact that as we intensify our development, become more urban, the concept of even the dedication of a small parcel of land for a pocket park can be real useful, and that allows a lot of potential for us to look at pocket parks as we intensify our development.
I want to second Commissioner Oettinger on the inclusion of pocket parks as a possibility for our city moving forward, not just on the south, but also on the west side and north side as well. I was just going to ask Director Svanstrom if you think that the 75-25 split is realistic. My inclination is to think that we're probably at more than 25% open space, given the size of the Laguna wetlands, Tomodachi Park, Railroad Forest, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's one, that's a really good question, Commissioner Lindenbush. I think that is one where I know that's kind of where we're currently at in the level of service reports. But I do think acquisition of open space is more likely, you know, in terms of the percentage wise. So I do agree that perhaps some adjustment of that to be, I don't know if it's 50-50 or something like that, between active and open space. Would be more appropriate.
Yeah, and another
And
thought that I wanted to, let's go for it.
no, I was just going to say the implication of that is the active parkland is much more expensive to develop. So that would in effect lower that park fee. I don't know how much, but it would the more it's weighted towards open space. So if it's 50-50, that would adjust both the land costs, because the stuff along the Laguna tends to be in the floodplain and have a lot less development potential. But also when you're doing vegetation management and those types of things, they have costs, but not as intense as, say, a skate park.
I would just like to second Commissioner Ottinger and Lindenbush about pocket parks, as if we move forward with more infill. Just if we did end up, let's say, turning the Redwood Marketplace into a multi-family mixed-use development, and we continued that strategy in downtown or along 116 or along Highway 12, pocket, I lived in cities for most of my adult life, and pocket parks are actually very effective outdoor spaces for people who are living in smaller dwelling units, just as a place to get outside and get some fresh air. So I guess that would be included in active parkland. Something like a pocket park would be active parkland. Yeah, so I just wanted to, say that I think that pocket parks would be a great idea if we're looking at denser development in downtown and along the 116 corridor.
So one thing to keep in mind with this, we're not actually making any policy regarding like how much parkland you're allowed to buy in specific ways in the future. If we're not locking you in to say, oh, well, you're going to buy a 10-acre project, or you plan on acquiring 10 acres, you got to put 25% of that aside to be open space. That's not what we're doing here. We're just trying to get zeroed in to kind of adjust the fee based on this assumption. It sounds like 25% open space is probably a little low, and we can raise that. It's probably maybe more 60%, 40%, which would be 3 acres of active parkland per 1,000, which is, I guess, more of a standard, model you'll see in most places, and still setting aside, 2 acres per 1,000 residents of additional open space. And if what becomes available and matches the city's needs is all open space for the next 3 years, these funds are available for that, because it is still adding to parkland. It's not like we're tying you into only buying certain types of park, or only renovating or working on certain types of parkland.
And what about parklets? Is that something ties in or not?
If you're adding park space, I mean, it's just a little park.
It would need to be a permanent improvement,
Yeah,
Fernandez. You can't use, this needs to be permanent capital improvements projects.
But some
great,
places,
great idea, just not part of this fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was included or not, because it has, the term park.
There are some places I've seen it done. I know they did it a couple of places. I can't remember where I saw that, but they were taking downtown parking, and they literally took out like 3 parking spaces and added a big green space with a, and it was like a pocket park. It probably is a gray area whether I would do it, but I don't think came for it. But yeah, if it's a permanent installation, in theory, it would qualify. So I guess.
So can we check in? Is this Nick suggested 60% active, 40% open space sound like a good place to land on this?
Sounds good.
Great. I'm seeing head nods, and Kate, you're the only one we can't see, so if you can chime in.
Yeah, I mean, the only bummer part about it is it lowers the amount of fees that we're collecting, but it is more accurate.
Right.
Right, and the fee will still be much higher than it is currently. So.
Yeah. Our next slide, library facilities, general government facilities. This one, like I said before, there's not a huge amount of input on this one. Just that we were planning on adopting the county standard, which, you know, I can't imagine, we don't have a city standard to go off of. So the best rational nexus we come up with is the county, plus the county, all library facilities are county facilities anyway. So we'll be following that standard. For the general government and fire facilities, that's just taking the current asset values in the city and dividing it like we'd said. So there's not a huge amount of buy-in here unless someone has, I guess, a question or concern about it.
I just have a question about, do we know how big the current library is compared to our population? Do we meet that standard?
We are at 0.3. We did these calculations a couple of weeks ago. So you have the library, and if it was just the city library, I think it'd be at like 1 or something.
Yeah,
but
it's like 10,000 square foot library against 7,000 residents, but it's a county facility, so it's
right. The county service area for libraries extends all the way out to Bodega Bay and until you get to sort of the Roseland service area. So a portion of over by Todd Road and stuff is still, and that may change a little bit in their once the Roseland Library is constructed. But when you account for that and take out and look at the total square foot, it's 0.3 square feet per resident. So it's about half the size a library should be. And I did check with, full disclosure, I used to work for the firm who did the last library master plan, and I actually did the visioning workshop at the Fountain Grove Inn when I was a consultant with them. So I did check in with them just to, the county had been planning on doing a facility master plan update that has been put on hold. But I did just check in with my old firm, and they said, yeah, the 0.6 is absolutely defendable. It hasn't changed. There's a lot more community spaces, access to technology, meeting rooms, those types of things these days. So that they didn't see that 0.6 going down at any time, in any reasonable fashion.
And just to clarify, this library fee goes to the maintenance or goes just to the library in order to provide services?
It's not for services, it's not for maintenance, it's only for expanded facilities. So if you took down some book stacks and added a computer, and intensified the use by adding a computer lab or something like that, it could qualify. But the kind of the traditional way to think about it is for a library expansion or an additional library.
Right, and just to be clear, that because the county would be responsible for all of the, changing computers or renovations, things like that, we would be looking at maintaining this fee as a way of helping to support a larger facility or either a larger facility if it's re-envisioned. And I know a couple of the council members have been looking at that in the last year or so. Or if there's an addition in some way to the facility, then this money would be able to contribute towards that.
Okay, so it's basically either to develop a new library or to expand the existing library.
Correct. All development impact fees for new development are really looking at the additional development in your community and the fees that they're paying through the development impact fees to support expansion of services to accommodate those new people in your community.
Got it. Okay. And how much, I'm sorry, I didn't look at this. How much are you expected to get from this fee?
So we'll be going over that next time, right?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was too much information. We said, let's break it in two and just go over this stuff first.
That's great.
The fee isn't a massive amount of money or anything. So it's more just like a small set aside to help when a renovation is needed. It's not, $10,000 or anything like that.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions on these three? See no's. Okay. All right, for traffic, our big discussion point here is, are the new categories the way we want to be charging fees in the future? Is the idea of just charging it based on a per trip rate? So for every use that comes forward, we classify them in the ITE manual and charge them according to whatever it happens to be. Or do we want to make it easier at the planning counter and say, okay, you fall into one of 10 categories? Before, I think there was, what, 16 categories? And that's being condensed considerably since a lot of these uses no longer exist to the traffic engineers. The ITE is Institute of Traffic Engineers, for anyone who doesn't.
Right, and there are a couple of them like drive-through restaurant that we have deleted because we no longer allow drive-throughs in the city. But yeah, there are a few, if you're looking at the attachments to the staff report, that have been consolidated and sort of updated and adjusted in terms of the definitions.
Yeah.
What's the, like, from the ITE standpoint, what's the difference between general retail and a hardware store? I mean, hardware store seems so specific.
Yeah, well, the hardware store was a category that was in the old study, so I didn't have a reason to remove it. You could. You normally, so a general retail, they say is 3.8 DUE, so basically the equivalent traffic of 3.8 single family homes. A hardware store is 2.6, which, you know, if you think about what is Home Depot's traffic versus a grocery store, it's considerably lower.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't plan on building any hardware stores, I mean, for the size of the city, it's probably going to be an Ace Hardware or something like that. They came in.
Which we already have, and they have expanded, so.
Well, it might be a category that's not necessary.
They might expand more, you never know. Although their expansion tends to be like the pets and the other stuff, which is more general retail.
So, I mean, yeah, you could remove that item if you felt like that wasn't necessary and didn't match the needs of the city. We can also, you know, add more to it. The manual is 2 entire pages with different category options.
And is there ever, I mean, do any cities ever assess a traffic impact fee by vehicle miles traveled?
You're supposed to statewide adopt. Downside, no one has a VMT study. Almost cities actually have one. I know Sandag down there where I live in San Diego, they've been working on one, a VMT study. They did just one region of the city and it took them like 3 years. So
it just seems like, you know, a multifamily project downtown versus a multifamily project on the edge of town. They have 2 totally different kind of traffic impacts. It seems like there should be a way to.
So multifamily does have a couple different category options available. There's low rise, mid rise, high rise. With general land use in Sebastopol, I don't see a lot of high rise development.
We don't even have the zoning for that. Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's not yet. So kind of working within that realm, if you had a VMT study and we could say, okay, well, all these multifamilies are going to come in, they're probably going to be more downtown than on the edge. We know the travel miles are here. And if that information is available, we absolutely could do it that way. But we're working with the best information that we have available. But that, at the state level, supposedly all the cities are going to start going to that pretty quickly.
Right, and we are working on getting funding for a VMT study, at least. And once we progress to that, probably the next update of this is an opportunity to maybe look at that for traffic, you know, in more depth. We won't need to look at, you know, this is the first time we've had an in-depth development impact fee study in much longer than we're supposed to. I'll just put it that way. So this is getting us sort of up to speed. And so I would imagine, yes, if there's an area that we should focus on, you know, tweaking a little bit, you know, this is getting the bigger things like, hey, we don't even have a stormwater fee and we don't even have a general facility fee, getting us up to speed on all of those. But that's definitely, you know, a transition that might happen in the future. That's a good point.
Should we have like a charge for bad quality restaurants?
I asked that too. I was like, what is a quality restaurant? And I was told the definition is a high turnover is like fast food or pickup, takeout, that kind of stuff. Although, you know, that obviously doesn't count for right now. And the quality is really more of a sit down restaurant. It's what it's, and it's all about turnover and traffic.
I've had some really good counter service restaurants though, so I completely agree with you.
Yeah, yeah, they need to rename that one.
Yeah.
I guess my only comment is I'm not sure we need hardware store as a category, but you know, otherwise they look fine, I think.
And a hardware store is a lower trip generation than a regular retail, Nick, is that what you said?
Yeah, it's about 30% less.
Okay, so it sort of encourages a hardware store.
But our hardware store is quite different from your typical hardware store.
actually help you.
Except
Yeah.
food. That clothing.
Yeah, well, the
So-
main hardware store is hardware and
So we-
canning supplies.
And what about like service businesses that aren't, because when I think of general retail, I think of buying something, service, outlets, automobile, mailing services. Where does that?
Those
kinda-
fall into the retail as well. So imagine commercial retail service all would fall into, if we eliminated hardware store, it kind of becomes a catch-all for every other use. So essentially, except restaurants, which are, you could argue either retail, but restaurant, you'd have restaurant, office, industrial, retail, hardware store, questionable, and then hotel, single family, multifamily, and then mini storage. Which mini storage makes sense to be its own because that's not an industrial use. How often do most people visit their stuff?
Yeah.
And so salons, nail salons, spas, fitness centers, all of that would be considered retail?
Yep.
Think it's like we should split that out, or is that then start getting into too many other categories? Because I would think it'd be quite a difference between a hardware store and nail salon and haircutting place. So I don't, what you're trying to get to, trying to put my hand around, like, what are you trying to, is it better to categorize and just have broad categories, or is it better to have more specific?
That's one of the kind of opinion questions you can go forward with. We can make it broad and simple, and for everyone working at the permit counter, they just check the box, say, okay, it's retail, and it's a real simple math, and okay, it's retail, if you're building X number of square feet, your fee is whatever it may be. The other option, if you want to look at a granular option, I can prepare part of show you an idea of how many different ITE rates there are. It is an exhaustive list that then someone comes in and they say, oh, I'm bringing in a whatever land use, whatever, maybe it's a hair salon, but then in 5 years when the hair salon goes out and something else comes in, are you going to try and capture that small spread and generation rate? Or do you just make it kind of simple? And then we're talking second, third generation space. Are you trying to still capture those small amounts to get them as high as possible? Or,
I personally like to see, not all the different categories, but maybe the top 10, 20, just to kind of see what else is there. That does any of that make sense? Or maybe we just leave it like that. But I don't know what other ones are out there, and I don't want to look at all 2,000 of them or wherever there are.
Not that many. Yeah, it's a couple hundred uses. So I can give you an example just to give you a little bit of a comparison next time when we bring the numbers. I can run them at assuming all of our retail build out is going to be just general retail. And then I can give you kind of just a couple back of the napkin, just give you a trip comparison, maybe say general retail is this and a hair salon is this. And you can see whether they're, vastly different or not vastly different for you.
But this is also just for new development, right? So
Correct.
it's very unlikely a new, commercial development that's going to have retail is not going to say we're going to have a hair salon and we're going to have, you're just going to have retail space. So I kind of think the general number is better because it's likely you're not going to get specific information and development. They're just developing retail space. So I think general retail kind of makes more sense from that standpoint because I don't think you're really going to have the data. And like I said, retail space changes all the time between and a bookstore.
So if someone builds a general industrial, but maybe doesn't really know what's going to go in there. Is it? I mean, because it could be retail or some, so basically it's what the type of the building is, not necessarily what they think is going to go in there. Is that what we're looking at?
No, so it is based on use. So like when the Barlow changed a number of spaces from industrial to retail, that was an intensification. And I don't recall if our, how, I wasn't here obviously when the fees were assessed, but I believe there were development impact fees assessed for that change in use and that intensification of use.
I just want to say I agree with Commissioner Fritz in the fact that when a developer is building out a space, they are generally building it out with it's going to be retail or office space or light industrial. So I think the example of the Barlow is it shifted its entire use from industrial to retail, but they didn't know that there's going to be a hair salon and a clothing retailer and they have just retail, which I think confirms what Commissioner Fritz was saying. And I think that makes sense because this is about new development or radical change of use where the predictability of the occupant is minimal at the time that the development is going to be assessed for fees. I think it's going to be very rare that you're going to have someone say, I'm developing this space and it's a nail salon. Because most developers don't know that prior unless they have an anchor tenant like Home Depot or IKEA or Starbucks.
And
Right, and that's I agree. Keeping it simple is from a staff perspective. Someone comes in the door and they want to change the use from this to that. It's like, really, no. We want to encourage small businesses. We don't want to make this complicated.
Okay,
And I will say because we currently have downtown retail, specialty retail, sit down quality restaurant. My fee calculation for the Hotel Sebastopol, which has all of those uses, plus hotel, plus artist spaces, is a whole spreadsheet unto itself.
versus doing it this way where you say, okay, it's X number of hotel rooms and it's X square feet of this space, X square feet of that space.
Right.
And it's much simpler as far as the administration side is concerned.
And then if it changes, no worries. It's
And if it goes
retail
from
this or retail that, yeah.
Right. It goes from a nail salon to a quick little pocket restaurant, and then that goes out, and then before you know it's a clothing store. Rather than sit there having to reassess, you just know they've already paid that certain.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can move on from here then.
Okay. So am I removing hardware store, or just leave it? It's up to you guys. I just want to get out. I can sign this slide off.
Get it out of there.
Okay. Works for me. Water and sewer, pretty straightforward again, just like the other ones. We're taking the planned facilities for the city. We're dividing it by the estimated land use that we have and the amount of water that they're estimated to use. And then we divide the costs by the number of gallons that are going to go through. So this is pretty straightforward. If anyone has any questions or concerns, I can address them, but it's kind of straightforward.
Is there any consideration given to reclaiming water or anything like that? Is that come into play, or is it just?
I don't know if the city runs a water recycling, do they, Carrie? Oh, they've never been mentioned to me.
No, we don't actually control our own wastewater. We pump it all over to the Laguna plant that Santa Rosa operates. So that's all based on a contract. We have the infrastructure to get over there, but the processing of it, and I will say, yes, the city of Santa Rosa does do reclaimed water. If you see them all irrigating all the fields as well out in the Laguna, that's part of their part of what they do, but it doesn't factor into these calculations, which is about the infrastructure to carry the water to where it needs to go, or pump the water out of the ground.
All right, this is our last major one. I promise we're almost there, everybody. Okay, storm drainage. This is a new fee like we talked about. The idea, it becomes, do we want to charge it based on impervious square footage, where you can incentivize certain actions or different drainage runoff options at individual projects? Much harder for carry at the counter versus a per unit fee. They all essentially come back to that. Like I mentioned before, where you say a single family home typically covers 30% of its lot with impervious surface. So it creates X amount of water runoff. And then we just, from there, it's not a calculation it's considered again. And then if they add an addition on the back, you wouldn't be able to capture any additional storm drainage fees because they just paid a per unit fee. Unless of course there's a discount, which is another thing. If you do it on a per square foot basis, because every square foot creates new impact. And if you're adding a patio, if you're adding an additional garage stall, whatever it may be, all of those things do create additional runoff, and you can capture some of that. Or if you want to incentivize, a greener, more sustainable development with somebody capturing their own rainwater in some way, you could maybe push people into mitigating their impact on site.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at from the previous water. So this that kind of answers that.
Right, and this is one where this is I realize it may be harder, but I the environmentalist in me likes the per square footage, because then you're actually able to, you know, I guess discount for good design, you know, for more sustainable design. There are some practicalities to it. It would only be assessed on things that require building permits. So if someone goes out and does a patio or creates a basketball court in their backyard that doesn't require a permit, we would not be able to capture that. But, you know, if people are adding pools or, you know, really large decks that have gazebos over them, all those types of things that require building permits, then we would, even for existing development, be able to capture those impacts to the stormwater system. So it's less about the vacant lots than just doing the per lot fee, where all of the, and I don't know what percentage, but it's probably like 95% at least of our land is already developed. So the ability to capture from existing development just goes away, and you have just very few vacant lots.
I'm in favor of the square foot
Mine
approach,
too.
for sure.
Yep.
And I believe Healdsburg charges it on a square foot fee as well. That we're not the only ones in Sonoma County that would be looked to doing this.
Sacramento County does it on per square foot, and they do it on a much larger basis. So yeah, I mean, it's absolutely doable at any scale.
Right.
When I worked my previous job, I was on the I was a developer's consultant doing kind of due diligence work, and I remember having to submit plan after plan, and like, oh, we're bumping the driveway over a foot, and it just county just, you know, hated me for it. It's part of it. Okay, so if we're doing the fee per square foot, I guess that was easier than I had expected.
When it comes to sustainability questions, Nick, it's pretty easy for us here.
Well, that was easy. And then the last item we talked about is the affordable housing in lieu for residential. We did not touch the commercial one because the commercial fee is a county-wide fee. So we didn't want to start meddling with what we're doing versus whatever else in Sonoma County is doing as far as the commercial linkage. But the affordable housing residential number is just out of date. The old ordinance was from, I don't remember when the ordinance before 2006 was done. The study was done in 2006. So the fees they're collecting do not accurately reflect what the inclusionary requirements are. So we're updating that. This one, again, it's just kind of math. We figure out what people can afford, what it costs to build, and figure out that delta versus the inclusionary requirement, and math kind of gives us an answer. So,
So no inputs on this one.
yeah, not really, unless everybody wants to start changing the city's inclusionary requirement, in which case that's not part of what we're doing here.
No, we just updated in 2018. We have other things on our work plan.
We're good for a while.
No, actually, I think we have a really good model, and I've heard good feedback from developers on it in terms of the flexibility that's created. So, and I can report as part of this that the Davis, now Barlow Crossing Townhome, I think it's called, will be providing 2 inclusionary units. We, as staff, I think they had 1.8 units, but we very much encourage them that the city would really, really, really like to see the second unit, not the fee.
Fantastic. That's usually a hard negotiation. Thank you.
It was a few conversations with both the past developer and then the new one, but yeah, I'm happy to see that.
Job well done. I have one question. What funds are available for affordable housing in the city? Do you guys keep like a pot of like a funding pot that you like that goes towards affordable housing, or what is that?
Right.
Just
so
like-
we have, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'd say just like other impact fees, it does go to a separate fund. And then from there, it's, I guess, probably, is that info on your team, Carrie, to determine how that gets allocated?
Yeah, so there's actually 2 funds. We keep the affordable housing in lieu fee and the commercial housing linkage fee in separate funds, but we have 2 funds. They are somewhat interchangeable because their sole purpose is for supporting affordable housing. So we have those. There are some projects that, yeah, it's either planning or, as a city, we work together on projects. So the main project that we're focused on with the with that right now, with that fund right now, is the Park Village. A lot of funding has gone to that to upgrade it, and you know, the manager's unit was renovated, and it has an on-site resident manager to support the development there now, and other improvements over there. And so there's those funds, and then we are also part of the Community Development Commission, City and Towns, which Joint Powers Authority, which has what's called a non-entitlement jurisdiction, and it has to do with the community development block grant funding and other state and federal funding. Generally goes to the CDC, and then we sit on and the other cities sit on a board and recommend for the supervisors to approve, but recommend projects to be funded and bring our projects to them as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other comments on this one? Okay. Let's see. So we'd already talked about next steps. Sounds like we have agreement on all the questions we had wanted the input for. I will bring back some fees. Obviously, I'll bounce them off of Carrie first. I'm sure there'll be some discussion with engineering. And I'll bring the comparison of the jurisdictions so you can see what the total fee burden is going to look like in Sebastopol versus, you know, neighboring jurisdictions. We'll bring those up to you guys. Hopefully everybody is in agreement. Then we put those into an actual Nexus study, which includes all the legal requirements and all the language that goes along with that. And that would get brought forward to council as soon as that's ready. And then these fees would be updated within 60 days of that. Or it could be as soon as 60 days, unless the council decides they want to delay it, or those are the type of things that are options. But we'll assume that's going to be the going concern. And then we have, I wrote down all the notes. I go over them if anybody has questions about the recap on them, but I think we're good.
I think we're good, given the hour. Chair Fernandez, are we good?
We are really, I think we're at our limit, and thank you for all that. It's a good thing we split this in 2 meetings, wasn't it, Carrie?
Yes, yes. I did not realize the first hearing would go that long, so otherwise I apologize for that.
No,
agenda management fail.
Yeah.
Who weren't doing math at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Okay, so I think unless there's anything else, I will adjourn and just remind everybody to stay physically distant but socially close.
Right. And for those of you who are interested in the potential park foundation, if you could send, I don't know how many, and we need to make sure we don't have a quorum of the commission talking, but if you wanted to email me, that would be great.
I did forget to have public comment on this thing, on this item, but
we can open that now. And
yeah,
if there's anyone around, I don't believe there is anyone.
Just to make sure.
All right, seeing none.
Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Night.
Night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Good job.
Thank you. I'm glad we got through it.
Yes, it was